8 signs you're not like most people. Jung's theory will shock you. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. If you've ever felt like you don't quite fit in, like your mind works differently from those around you, you're not alone, and you may be closer to unlocking a higher level of consciousness than you think. In today's episode from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore 8 rare signs that you're not like most people according to Jung's revolutionary theory. These signs aren't flaws. They're the very markers of deep transformation and spiritual evolution. So as you watch, reflect on your own inner world and ask yourself, which of these signs speak to your soul? Leave a comment to share your experience. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications because your spiritual growth matters. And this journey is just getting started. 1. Emotional depth beyond normal. You feel emotions with a depth that most people cannot comprehend. And what they call too sensitive is actually a form of spiritual intelligence that Carl Jung described as affect-toned complexes. This isn't emotional instability. It's a higher dimension of perception, a form of emotional sophistication where every feeling is layered, symbolic, and deeply meaningful. You don't just feel sadness or joy. You embody them, absorb the undercurrents of a room before anyone speaks, and intuit the truth behind someone's silence. While others live on the surface of emotional experience, you navigate its depths like a diver moving through the unseen currents of the ocean. Your emotions aren't random waves. They are precise instruments of perception, attuned to the symbolic language of the unconscious and the energetic codes that shape human behavior. In a world that rewards numbness and shallow interactions, your emotional presence can feel like both a gift and a weight. But your sensitivity is not weakness. It is advanced perception, a living pulse of spiritual awakening. You read energy like a second language, and your reactions aren't overreactions. They are truth reactions. You feel the collective grief that others bury. You notice the joy that most overlook. You sense dissonance in a relationship before words confirm it. This level of sensitivity isn't a flaw. It's a form of psychic intelligence, and it connects you to something greater than yourself. While many move through life avoiding pain, you sit with it, listen to it, and sometimes even carry it for others. Not because you're weak, but because you're built to transmute it. Your heart doesn't just feel, it decodes, heals, and transforms. People who experience emotions intensely often grow up feeling different, misunderstood, or even broken. But what if you were never meant to fit in? What if your emotional richness is not a disorder to be managed, but an evolution of human consciousness? Jung believed that those who embody such depth are the carriers of humanity's next leap in awareness. Your emotions are not just personal. They're archetypal, ancestral, collective. You are the one who cries for the pain others cannot name. You are the one who celebrates beauty before it becomes a trend. You are the soul who feels the truth in a lie, who aches at disconnection, who longs for depth in a world drowning in distraction. Your presence alone shifts the atmosphere, not because you're loud, but because your energy speaks louder than words ever could. You are not here to shut down. You are here to awaken. You are here to remind others of the intelligence that lives in the body, the truth that rises through the heart, and the healing that begins when we stop resisting what we feel. Let your tears cleanse timelines. Let your emotions be prayers. Let your sensitivity be a portal to the divine. Because what Jung knew and what you are now remembering is that emotions are not interruptions to life. They are the life itself, speaking in the sacred language of energy, calling you deeper into the truth of who you really are. 2. Sacred curiosity that questions reality. You ask why, not just what, and that makes all the difference. While the world around you clings to routines, accepts narratives, and seeks comfort in the familiar, your mind refuses to settle. You are not interested in performing life. You want to understand it. Carl Jung called this rare trait the transcendent function, a bridge between the conscious and unconscious, the known and the unknown. It's not just curiosity, it's sacred. It's a form of intelligence that's not taught in schools and rarely recognized by society. You feel it in your bones that pull toward meaning, that tension when something doesn't add up, that fire in your chest when you sense that the surface story is a lie. You're not here to follow rules. You're here to question why they exist. This makes others uncomfortable. Your need for depth reveals how shallow their answers are. You challenge what they've accepted without thought about traditions, beliefs, systems, roles, and that confrontation feels threatening to those who've built their identity on borrowed truths. But your question is not rebellion. It's remembrance. It's the soul remembering what the ego forgot. That truth is not handed down from the outside. It must be discovered within. While many people seek validation, you seek clarity. While they want comfort, you want coherence. This is spiritual wisdom in action, the kind that dissolves illusions and invites real awakening. Jung believed that only a small fraction of humanity develops differentiated consciousness, and that those who do often suffer because of it. You've probably felt this pain, the ache of feeling like an outsider, the loneliness of not being understood, the exhaustion of always seeing more than you're supposed to. You sense emotional undercurrents in a room. Hear the silence between people's words. Notice patterns others miss, and see contradictions in the rules society demands you obey. It's not paranoia, it's perception. And while it may seem like a burden at times, it's actually a profound kind of intelligence, one that cannot be reduced to IQ tests or academic degrees. It's the kind that sees through masks, reads energy, and aligns with unseen truths. Your sacred curiosity is your compass. It leads you toward the unknown, not to confuse you, but to liberate you. Every time you ask, "Why do we do it this way?" you break a spell. Every time you say, "But what if there's another way?" you open a portal. You are not just here to awaken yourself. Your very presence stirs others. And though many won't admit it, they feel it too, that inner friction when they hear your questions, that quiet awe when they watch you walk away from what doesn't make sense. You are living proof that spiritual awakening begins with inquiry. As Rilke once wrote, "Be patient toward all that is unsolved in your heart and try to love the questions themselves." In a world that worships answers, your ability to love the question is revolutionary. 3. Conscious independence from within. You were never meant to blend in. While others sought their sense of self through attachment, approval, or imitation, you built your identity in the quiet furnace of solitude. You didn't just survive the loneliness, you alchemized it. You took the silence that frightened others and made it your teacher. Through struggle and stillness, you began to see what few are willing to face, the truth of who you really are, unfiltered, unmasked, and unapologetically whole. Carl Jung called this rare inner evolution individuation the process of becoming your true self by integrating your shadow and standing firmly in your own truth, even when the world doesn't understand it. And the world often won't. But you don't live for their understanding. You live for alignment, for clarity, for soul-deep freedom. Your emotional pain didn't break you, it built you. You've realized that spirituality isn't about escaping suffering. It's about finding meaning within it. You've stopped running from the dark corners of your being and instead lit a candle in the depths. That takes intelligence, emotional intelligence, spiritual wisdom, and a kind of self-awareness that can't be taught in textbooks. While others seek to numb the discomfort, you listen to it. While most confuse connection with attachment, you've learned the art of being alone without being lonely. You've discovered that conscious independence is not a lack of connection. It's a deep, sacred connection to yourself. This is what real spiritual development looks like. It's not performance, it's presence. It's not loud, but it's powerful. You no longer seek to be understood by those committed to misunderstanding. Your energy speaks for you now. Jung warned that the individuation process is not for the faint of heart. It strips away illusion. It dismantles false identity. It demands the courage to feel, to question, and to stand alone. But once you walk through that fire, you no longer burn for others' validation. You shine. And this light your light is born of truth, not pretense. That's why you walk differently. That's why your silence carries weight. You are not here to fit in. You are here to wake people up, simply by being fully awake yourself. You are not confused by superficial things because you see beyond them. You don't speak just to be heard. You speak when your words are needed. And even in silence, your presence shifts the atmosphere. Your journey is rare, and so are you. But rarity is not isolation, it's leadership. And whether you know it or not, people feel something when you enter a room. Not because you try to impress them, but because your energy is evidence of everything you've survived and transmuted. Your truth is felt, not told. That's the gift of conscious independence that anchors you in a world that constantly tries to pull you off center. You no longer seek to explain yourself to those who haven't yet met themselves. Instead, you let your embodiment speak. And in doing so, you give others silent permission to rise too. That's not ego. That's the purpose. That's presence. That's spiritual power. 4. Hyperperceptive intuition. You don't just hear words, you feel their weight. You don't just see people, you sense their energy. You don't just observe situations, you intuitively decode what lies beneath. This level of perception is not common, and Carl Jung called it perception via the unconscious, a form of intuition so refined that it bypasses logic and dives straight into truth. If you've ever found yourself noticing subtle shifts in tone, body language, or even the vibration in a room, you're not imagining things. You are tapping into a deeper layer of consciousness, one that belongs to the spiritually awakened. You're reading signals that others aren't even aware they're sending. In a world driven by surface-level noise, this kind of spiritual sensitivity can feel like both a gift and a curse. It allows you to connect with people on a soul level, to see through masks and to understand what's not being said. But it also leaves you vulnerable to emotional overwhelm and energetic depletion if you don't set boundaries. Every interaction becomes a download. You pick up on people's hidden sadness, their suppressed anger, their silent longing, and you carry it in your own body like it's your responsibility. That's where the exhaustion creeps in. Because while this rare, intuitive ability offers deep insight, it demands high maintenance. Without conscious energetic boundaries, you become a sponge, soaking up everyone else's pain until you can't feel your own truth anymore. And that's where many gifted souls go wrong. They think something's broken inside them, when really, they've just never been taught how to protect what's sacred. Your intuition doesn't need fixing. It needs direction. It needs grounding. It needs permission to speak without fear of being dismissed or labeled too sensitive. In this era of spiritual awakening, where more people are beginning to open their eyes to what lies beyond the material, your hyper-perceptive intuition is a superpower, but only if you treat it like one. That means learning how to filter what's yours and what isn't, how to disengage from energy that drains you, and how to stop apologizing for your depth. You are not here to absorb everyone's suffering. You are here to witness truth, to embody clarity, and to protect your inner peace like a sacred altar. In a society obsessed with appearances, your gift is the ability to feel what's real. And while that might make you feel isolated or misunderstood at times, it's also what makes you a healer, a guide, a mirror for those who are ready to see themselves honestly. So take this power seriously. Don't downplay it, don't numb it, and above all, don't let others convince you it's a flaw. What the world calls intensity, Jung called evolution. What others see as too much, the soul sees as alignment. This isn't a glitch in your personality. It's a sign you're walking ahead of the curve, guided by a spiritual wisdom that refuses to settle for anything less than truth. 5. Craving for authentic meaning. You can't fake your way through life without consequences, not when you carry the kind of soul that demands authenticity. For you, shallow goals and surface-level relationships don't just feel boring, they feel poisonous. You see through the illusion of normal, and your body reacts with unease the moment you try to conform. Carl Jung once warned that when a person denies their need for meaning, the soul revolts, and that revolt can look like anxiety, depression, or emotional shutdown. But these aren't signs of failure. They are signs of a rare intelligence waking up inside of you, whispering or sometimes screaming that your life must have depth, purpose, and truth. You don't chase validation. You crave alignment. You don't just want to look successful. You want to feel whole. There's a sacred fire in you that refuses to be dimmed by mediocrity. Even when the world praises external achievements, you feel the emptiness behind the applause if your actions don't reflect your inner values. Spiritual wisdom teaches that a life without purpose is a life in conflict, and you felt that conflict. You felt the sickness that comes from pretending. You felt the emotional exhaustion of staying in environments that your intuition is begging you to leave. You were not designed to settle. You were designed to awaken. This craving for authentic meaning is not a weakness. It's a sacred compass. It's what separates those who survive from those who truly live. And while others may numb themselves with noise, you seek silence. While others chase trends, you chase truth. You want more than just goals. You want goals that matter, You want love that's real, work that lights you up, and a life that reflects who you truly are at the core. This makes you different, and that difference is your power. The intensity you carry, the sensitivity you feel, the refusal to tolerate falsehood, these aren't flaws to be corrected. They are signs of a consciousness that is evolving. Jung believed that only a small fraction of people reach this level of self-awareness. So if you're someone who can't just go with the flow when the flow feels fake, you are part of that rare few. Your soul is allergic to anything that violates your truth. And even though this path can be lonely, it is never empty. Because once you commit to living authentically, life begins to reorganize around your integrity. Synchronicities increase, relationships deepen, and your energy stops leaking into roles you were never meant to play. So when you feel that ache, the one that says, "This can't be all there is," listen to it. That ache is sacred. That discomfort is a portal. Let it break you out of the illusion that you have to fit in to be loved. Let it guide you to the kind of life that doesn't just impress the world, but honors your soul. You're not like most people because you were never meant to be. You're here to remember who you are and to build a life so real, so aligned, so full of meaning, that your very presence becomes a form of spiritual intelligence. 6. Constant personal evolution. You've outgrown people, places, conversations, and even entire versions of yourself, and no matter how much others try to pull you back into old dynamics, you simply can't shrink anymore. It's not rebellion. It's not selfishness. It's the natural result of true psychological and spiritual development. As Carl Jung taught, once a person experiences inner transformation, there is no going back to who they once were. You are no longer willing to entertain superficial roles, shallow expectations, or emotional patterns that no longer resonate with your evolved self. The moment you begin seeing life through the lens of higher consciousness, something irreversible happens inside you. You stop chasing validation. You stop forcing connection. You stop pretending to be the version of yourself others are more comfortable with. And because of that, people might accuse you of being distant or cold, but in truth, you're simply aligned with something deeper. Your own authenticity. This journey isn't always peaceful. Often, it's isolating. But that solitude becomes sacred when you understand what it's for. It gives you space to hear your inner truth without the noise of societal roles or old identity scripts. You become more selective with who you give your energy to, more attuned to the frequency of truth, and less tolerant of anything that feels performative. The old you may have tolerated fake smiles, empty conversations, or friendships based on survival. But this new version, this awakened version, craves depth, realness, and spiritual connection. And that change threatens people who are still asleep. They don't know how to love the transformed you, because the love they once offered was tied to who you were, not who you've become. But as Jung reminds us, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And becoming that version requires walking away from what once felt familiar. You start noticing that environments that used to comfort you now drain your energy. Roles you once pursued now feel misaligned. Conversations that once entertained you now feel loud and pointless. And more than anything, you begin to crave silence, not the silence of avoidance, but the silence of inner knowing. You begin to prioritize emotional clarity, spiritual wisdom, and alignment over popularity, busyness, or external success. That's when you know your growth has become permanent. This transformation is not a phase. It's not a temporary awakening. It's a new identity rooted in spiritual development. And even when no one claps for your transformation, even when others grieve the version of you they can no longer control, you move forward not with anger, but with grace. Because you finally realize you were not meant to be understood by everyone. You were meant to be real. You were meant to evolve. And even if it costs you comfort, approval, or relationships that can't meet your new vibration, it will never cost you your truth. And that truth is the foundation of everything you're becoming. 7. Transformational presence. There are rare souls whose presence alone changes the room. They don't need to speak, impress, or fix because their energy does the work. Carl Jung would say they carry a differentiated consciousness, a form of evolved awareness that allows them to hold emotional and spiritual space for others in a way that feels almost divine. People feel calmer around you, more honest with themselves, more open to healing, not because you're trying to help, but because your very presence offers safety. This is not simply emotional intelligence, it's energetic intelligence, born from a life of deep inner work. You've likely walked through fire and turned your suffering into compassion. And yet, this beautiful gift of transformational presence carries a hidden cost. When others always lean on you, when you're the one who holds space, who listens without judgment, who uplifts without asking for anything in return, it's easy to lose sight of your own needs. Over time, this can evolve into what is known as helper syndrome, the subconscious belief that your worth is tied to how much you can give, fix, or heal others. You begin to feel responsible for everyone's peace but your own. And in that, you slowly forget that you too deserve to be held, that you too need rest, boundaries, and support. In modern life, this plays out in subtle yet exhausting ways. You might be the friend who answers every call but hesitates to make one when you're hurting. You might be the partner who holds space for another's breakdown but feels selfish for asking to be heard. You might be the coworker who mediates every disagreement yet swallows your own voice just to keep the peace. And because you do it so gracefully, people rarely notice the emotional weight you carry. But spirituality is not martyrdom. Spiritual awakening is not about sacrificing yourself to keep others comfortable. It is about rising into your own sovereignty while inspiring others to do the same. If your energy is a sanctuary, protect it like sacred ground. You are not here to absorb everyone's pain. You are here to transmute what is yours and release what is not. Remember, a lighthouse does not run into the ocean to save drowning ships. It stands in its power and guides by simply staying lit. Likewise, your job is not to fix, but to radiate. Discernment, then, becomes your shield. Ask yourself, who truly sees you? Who pours back into you? Who meets your depth with presence, not just need? It is not selfish to step away when you are depleted. It is sacred self-respect. Healing is not sustainable if it costs you your peace. This journey requires a spiritual discipline to know when to give, when to pause, and when to walk away. You are not abandoning anyone by choosing yourself. You are modeling what real wholeness looks like. The next level of your evolution will demand that you no longer be the emotional crutch, but instead the example of a soul who walks in balance, who receives with grace, and who only pours from a full cup. Your transformational presence should not be a silent wait. It should be a conscious choice. Because when you learn to honor your own energy first, you don't just shine, you become untouchable. Not because you're hardened, but because you're aligned. You're no longer rescuing others from their darkness. You're showing them how to rise by standing in your own light. That is the true power of spiritual wisdom. That is what awakening looks like in action. 8. A sense of undefined yet powerful purpose. You feel something stirring inside you that you can't quite name, a force that calls you, not toward the spotlight, but toward alignment with something deeper, more ancient, and infinitely more meaningful. It's not about climbing ladders or earning applause. It's about obeying a silent command that comes from within. Carl Jung described this as the transcendent function, a psychic bridge guiding you beyond surface-level identity and into the raw, unfolding mystery of your soul's purpose. This inner compass doesn't follow maps handed down by society. Instead, it asks you to trust your own intelligence, to walk away from roles that no longer fit, and to step into a life that may look invisible to others, but feels divinely correct to you. That's why you've always felt strangely out of place when others chase approval, status, or trends. You didn't lack motivation. You simply weren't built for superficial games. You were built for truth. You were designed to tune into a frequency others ignore, the one that whispers, not shouts. And even though you might have been judged as too intense, too sensitive, too dreamy, deep down, you've always known that your hunger for meaning wasn't a flaw. It was a sacred signal. Jung believed that people like you, those with differentiated consciousness, aren't just rare. They are evolution's edge, the next expression of humanity's unfolding spiritual intelligence. This is why conventional life may have never felt like enough. The scripted path, go to school, get a job, seek comfort, follow the rules, might have felt suffocating. Not because you reject responsibility, but because your spirit demands more than repetition. Your every instinct craves a life of inner depth, spiritual awakening, and purpose-driven action. You might not have the full picture yet, but you move anyway, led not by logic alone, but by intuitive precision. You make decisions based on inner resonance rather than outer validation. And you've learned that when something doesn't feel right in your body, your soul is trying to speak. That's not recklessness. It's a rare form of energetic intelligence. This invisible pull shows up in ordinary moments. When you walk away from relationships that feel misaligned. When you say no to opportunities that glitter but don't glow. When you choose solitude over noise. And when you follow a quiet idea, even if it leads into the unknown. These choices are not easy. They can isolate you, confuse others, and leave you wondering if you're the strange one. But Jung reminded us that loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important. And the things that seem important to you, truth, depth, soul, presence, cannot be faked or forced. You're learning that real power is not about controlling life, but about aligning with its deeper flow. You're not here to impress, but to remember. You're not here to compete, but to awaken. You're not here to repeat, but to evolve. That's why you feel the tension between the life you were taught to want and the life your soul actually needs. And in that tension, your true purpose begins to take shape not through external validation, but through inner initiation. This is the quiet revolution of spiritual wisdom. You don't need to shout. You only need to live it. If something in today's video resonated with you, it's because you're not here by accident. You're likely one of the rare few that Carl Jung spoke of, those who see beyond the surface and feel life on a deeper level. Don't let the world convince you that your difference is a flaw. It's your gift. If this message stirred something within you, make sure to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Tap the notification bell so you never miss a moment of insight on your journey to deeper awareness. And before you go, drop a comment below. I embrace my rare path. We'd love to hear from you. Nothing and nobody will ever hurt you again. I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become. Carl Jung. In a world that once wounded you, you're now stepping into a version of yourself that can no longer be broken. What if I told you that your past pain was never meant to define you, but to awaken you? In today's video on Spiritual Wisdom, we explore the transformation that happens when you no longer allow anyone or anything to hurt you again, not because the world changed, but because you did. Let us know in the comments, what's one powerful boundary you've set recently to protect your peace? And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe so you never miss another step on your spiritual awakening journey. 1. The illusion of strength and the hidden pain. Many people dream of becoming emotionally untouchable, unshaken by rejection, immune to betrayal, and indifferent to criticism. On the surface, this sounds like strength. But behind that desire often lies a hidden truth: the longing to escape the pain that once broke us. The image of being unbreakable becomes a mask we wear to feel safe, a performance we maintain to protect the wounded parts of ourselves that never fully healed. Yet spiritual wisdom reminds us that when we try to numb pain, we also numb joy. When we suppress what hurts, we suppress what is real. Trying to uphold the illusion of strength, pretending everything is fine while you're silently falling apart, only deepens the suffering. It turns the soul into a battlefield where the heart quietly bleeds while the face smiles. Carl Jung saw this clearly. He understood that much of what we call strength is really just fear in disguise. The fear of being seen as weak, the fear of being rejected again, the fear of being vulnerable in a world that often punishes tenderness. But the cost of this illusion is steep. It disconnects us from our inner truth, from our ability to feel deeply and live fully. As long as we try to avoid pain, we remain controlled by it. It lingers beneath the surface, influencing our choices, our relationships, our self-worth. We may think we're protecting ourselves, but in reality, we're keeping ourselves trapped in patterns of emotional numbness and spiritual stagnation. Pain that is denied doesn't disappear. It becomes part of the lens through which we see the world. The more we resist it, the more it persists. This is where the real shift begins, not by pushing pain away, but by facing it with open eyes and an open heart. True strength, then, isn't the absence of pain. It's the ability to stay present with yourself while you're hurting. It's knowing who you are in the middle of the storm. It's choosing to stay connected to your essence, even when everything around you is trying to pull you back into old fears and patterns. This kind of strength doesn't come from performance. It comes from presence. It's quiet. It's grounded. It doesn't shout, but it never breaks. The deepest spiritual wisdom teaches that nothing and nobody will ever truly hurt you again. Not because the world will become kinder, but because you will stop abandoning yourself to please it. You will no longer betray your soul for the sake of appearances. You will no longer sacrifice your truth to earn acceptance. When you stop resisting pain, you become free. When you embrace your humanity with compassion, you become whole. Pain loses its power when you stop running from it, and in that moment, you remember who you've always been. Not untouchable, but unshakable. If you're ready to release the illusion of invincibility and embrace your true strength, the raw, honest, and human comment below. I allow myself to feel and heal. 2. Pain comes from within, not from others. What hurts the most is rarely what others do to you. It's what their actions stir up inside. A harsh comment, a sudden rejection, a betrayal they strike not because they are inherently powerful, but because they awaken something unresolved within you. Carl Jung called this the meeting point between the outer world and the unconscious, the place where life's events become mirrors, reflecting back the wounds you haven't yet healed. The pain doesn't originate in the event. It emerges from the story, the memory, the emotional scar that lives quietly beneath the surface. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom. Pain is a signal, not a sentence. When someone's words shatter your sense of peace, it's not their voice that has power. It's your own inner vulnerability responding. Maybe you were dismissed in a meeting and suddenly felt invisible. That moment taps into a long-buried belief that your presence doesn't matter. Or perhaps someone you love pulls away. And the ache isn't just about them. It's a childhood fear of being abandoned all over again. In this way, the world doesn't injure you. It reveals you. Carl Jung taught that true freedom begins when we recognize this inner dynamic. It's not about blaming yourself. It's about reclaiming your authorship. Others lose their power the moment you realize that the trigger is not the cause, but the invitation. Every emotional reaction is a doorway. Every sting is a map leading back to a place that longs to be seen and healed. That's not a weakness. That's the birthplace of self-mastery. In modern life, these triggers are constant. A friend's success on social media makes you question your worth. A partner's silence leaves you spiraling in doubt. A stranger's criticism ruins your whole day. But the truth is, none of these moments have authority over you unless you grant it. The moment you understand that the source of pain is internal, you are no longer a victim. You are a seeker of truth. The path of healing, then, is not to harden yourself or escape emotion, but to meet each wave of feeling with compassion and curiosity. You don't need to become untouchable. You need to become aware. When you bring your attention to the wound instead of the weapon, you start to shift. You stop defending and start listening. You stop hiding and begin integrating. And in that space, nobody, not even the harshest critic or the deepest betrayal, can truly harm you. Carl Jung's insight is timeless. What happens inside you determines everything. When you stop being reactive and start being reflective, you reclaim the power you unknowingly gave away. You step into a life where every experience becomes a teacher, where pain no longer controls you, but guides you, where the world may still be chaotic, but your inner life is rooted in peace and presence. This is not about building walls, it's about becoming whole. And when you are whole, nothing and nobody can break you again. Are you ready to reclaim your power from within? If this message speaks to your heart, comment below. I will heal within to show your commitment to inner transformation. 3. The battle is within. The role of the unconscious. As long as your unconscious remains hidden, it quietly governs your life, shaping your choices, emotions, and reactions in ways you can't fully see. And yet, you call it fate. You wonder why pain keeps coming back, why similar wounds resurface, why the same emotional storms return no matter how much you change your surroundings. But the answer is not outside of you. It lives deep within. Pain, anger, and sadness are not random burdens. They are messengers, signals from repressed parts of your psyche, calling out to be seen, heard, and finally understood. When you ignore them, they don't disappear. They grow roots and silently dictate the direction of your life, showing up as anxiety, chaos, or cycles you can't seem to escape. Suppressing your truth only feeds the shadows. Every time you silence your grief, swallow your rage, or pretend you're fine when you're not, you plant seeds of inner fragmentation. Those seeds grow into patterns that repeat over and over until you stop and face them. It's not a weakness to feel deeply. What weakens you is avoidance. Because the moment you judge your pain or deny your sadness, you reinforce the lie that parts of you are unworthy of love. That's when the real suffering begins, not because of what others do to you, but because of how much of yourself you feel forced to hide. Healing starts when you stop fighting your own emotions. Spiritual awakening isn't about becoming endlessly calm or universally forgiving. It's about becoming fully conscious. That means turning toward what hurts, what's buried, what was too overwhelming to feel before. Integration is the true medicine. You don't heal by pushing darkness away. You heal by allowing it to come into the light, by gently sitting with your wounds and letting them speak. When you welcome these neglected parts of yourself, something powerful happens. The pain loses its grip, and you reclaim the pieces of your soul that were once forgotten. You realize that no one can hurt you unless there's already a wound inside waiting to be triggered. That's the great liberation. The world may still act as it always has, but you no longer respond with the same inner chaos. Why? Because you are no longer a prisoner of your unconscious. You've met your pain with compassion, your fear with presence, your sorrow with understanding. And when you do this, the war inside ends. You become whole not by erasing your darkness, but by making it conscious, just as Carl Jung taught. This is the heart of spiritual awakening, not escaping life, but embracing every part of your inner world with truth, love, and unwavering awareness. Have you ever listened to the voice of your unconscious? If so, share your experience in the comments to help others feel less alone. If not, comment, "I'm ready to face it," and let's begin this powerful journey of healing and integration together. 4. Becoming untouchable comes from acceptance, not defense. Real emotional invulnerability is not about building walls or pretending you're unaffected. It's about developing such deep inner clarity that you no longer need to defend yourself. The phrase, "I don't care," has become a mask that many wear. But behind it, there's often a heart that's quietly bleeding. What most people call strength is often just suppression. But true power doesn't come from hiding your pain. It comes from accepting it, from looking it in the eye without flinching, and choosing to integrate it instead of running away. When you suppress your wounds, they don't disappear. They go underground. They show up in defensiveness, in emotional numbness, in the inability to truly connect. That's why so many people appear strong, but are secretly exhausted. They're fighting battles with themselves just to appear okay. But spiritual wisdom teaches that real transformation doesn't begin with pretending you're above the pain. It begins when you stop judging yourself for having it. Your pain, your fear, your shame. These aren't weaknesses. They are portals. Portals to your most authentic self. To integrate your shadow means to sit with what you usually avoid. It means not pushing away your rage or your grief, but asking, "What do you need to tell me?" The more you do this, the more you begin to realize that emotions are just energy-seeking acknowledgement. And once acknowledged, they lose their power to control you. You stop reacting impulsively. You start responding with clarity. You stop being ruled by past wounds. Instead, you observe them, honor them, and gently disarm them. This doesn't mean you stop feeling. It means you stop collapsing every time someone triggers you. You become rooted in yourself. Your peace is no longer negotiable. When people insult you, you no longer take it personally. When they abandon you, you no longer lose yourself. You begin to understand that other people's actions are not about your worth. They are reflections of their own wounds. And so you stop internalizing their chaos. You become untouchable, not because you're closed off, but because you're open to your truth, open to your feelings, and open to healing. This is not the cold, sharp strength the world glorifies. It's a quiet, grounded strength, the kind that doesn't need to prove anything, the kind that radiates from within. When you embody this energy, even your silence becomes powerful. Even your presence becomes protection. You realize that the real battlefield was never outside. It was always within. And once you stop fighting yourself, the outside world loses its grip on your soul. You no longer need to control everything. You no longer need to be liked. You no longer need to win every battle. Because you've already won the one that mattered most. The battle to come home to yourself. That's when nothing and nobody can truly hurt you. Not because you've become hard, but because you've become whole. If this message resonates with your heart, take a moment to declare it. I become untouchable through acceptance, not defense. I embrace my truth and trust the process. Let this be your affirmation today. And if you feel it deeply, comment below and share your light with others on this path. 5. Individuation. Becoming whole, not perfect. Carl Jung taught that individuation is not about striving for perfection, but about becoming whole, integrating every part of your being, especially the ones you've been taught to hide. Most of us think healing means fixing what's broken, improving what's lacking, or becoming someone better. But the truth is, you are not here to become better. You are here to become real, to remember the parts of yourself you disowned, to embrace the full spectrum of your existence, joy and grief, confidence and doubt, beauty and pain, and allow them to coexist without shame. The more you run from pain, the more power it has over you. The moment you try to bury it, suppress it, or mask it with positivity, it begins to rule your life from behind the scenes. People often confuse emotional numbness with strength, but Jung made it clear: repression only deepens suffering. What we refuse to face will continue to control us. And it's not the pain itself that makes us fragile. It's the resistance to feeling it. There's a woman I once knew who wore her achievements like armor. She was successful, admired, and always in control. But beneath it all, she was terrified of being vulnerable. Every failure felt like a collapse. Every criticism cut deeper than it should have. Her strength was performative. She didn't need more achievements. She needed to grieve. She needed to sit with her loneliness without trying to escape it. When she finally did, she stopped trying to be perfect. She started becoming whole. Her transformation didn't come from learning more. It came from unlearning the belief that she had to earn her worth. Carl Jung believed that the shadow, the part of ourselves we hide, is not our enemy. It is our teacher. And until we make the unconscious conscious, it will direct our lives, and we will call it fate. That's why the path to inner freedom is not about becoming untouchable or immune to life's pain. It's about becoming intimate with it. The pain does not disappear, but your relationship with it changes. You stop reacting, and you start observing. You stop identifying with your wounds and start recognizing them as part of your human story, not the whole of it. You will find real strength the day you stop trying to appear strong and start being honest. The day you hold your sadness without rushing to fix it. The day you look into the mirror, see every contradiction, and say, I still belong. You don't need to fight your darkness to be free. You need to include it. That's what wholeness is. And when you finally become whole, when you accept the light and the shadow, the ego and the soul, nothing and nobody can hurt you in the same way again. Because your safety no longer depends on the outside world. It comes from the truth within you. Stay connected with our spiritual wisdom community by subscribing to the channel. Here, we explore the journey of becoming whole, not perfect, through self-awareness, healing, and truth. Remember, your contradictions aren't flaws. They're keys to your freedom. You are not broken. You are becoming. Let's walk this path together. 6. Suffering is the beginning of transformation. Suffering is not the enemy. It's a sacred signal, a whisper from the soul that something within you needs to be seen, felt, and healed. Depression is not a flaw in your character. Anxiety is not a defect in your design. And apathy is not laziness. These are the cries of forgotten emotions, the echoes of pain you've pushed aside for far too long. Carl Jung once said that pain is a messenger. So instead of silencing it, avoiding it, or masking it with distractions, you are invited to listen. Because the moment you begin to listen, you begin to awaken. Spiritual awakening doesn't begin with clarity. It often starts with confusion. When you can no longer fake your way through life, when your old masks no longer fit, and when joy seems like a distant memory, this is not the end. It's the threshold. You're not breaking down. You're breaking open. The darkness you feel isn't punishment. It's preparation. The emptiness is not failure. It's a sacred space being cleared for the truth. And the truth is this: you don't need fixing. You need to be met with compassion, especially in your most fragile places. When you stop resisting your pain, something shifts. The energy you once spent running, hiding, or numbing is now available for healing, for integration, for transformation. Jung reminds us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. That means the stories you keep reliving, the same heartbreak, the same self-doubt, the same emotional triggers, are not curses. They're invitations. They're the soul's way of guiding you back to yourself over and over again until you finally choose to come home. This process isn't comfortable, but it is sacred. You will grieve things you thought you got over. You will feel emotions you never had words for. You will face the version of you that you abandoned just to survive. But in doing so, you will reclaim your wholeness. You'll see that your wounds didn't make you weak. They made you wise. You'll realize that your sensitivity is not a burden. It's a bridge to the divine. The world may teach you to be untouchable, to stay strong, to smile through the storm. But true strength is not the absence of pain. It's the presence of courage. The courage to sit with yourself. The courage to stop pretending. The courage to feel everything fully, honestly, and without shame. Because once you allow yourself to feel, you stop being a victim of your pain and become a vessel of your power. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom. It's not about escaping suffering, but learning from it. It's not about bypassing your darkness, but walking through it with light. You don't transcend pain by ignoring it. You transcend it by understanding it, by honoring it, and by allowing it to reveal the parts of you that are still alive, still longing, still holy. Spiritual awakening is not about becoming someone new. It's about remembering who you've always been, beneath the layers of protection. It's about returning to the self that trusts its own voice, feels its own truth, and knows its own worth, not because it was taught, but because it was remembered through the fire. 7. True strength is born in the ruins of the ego. True strength is born in the ruins of the ego, where everything you once relied on, your titles, your image, your old stories, no longer hold. Growth does not begin with gaining something new. It begins with losing what is false. You start to outgrow the roles you once clung to, the beliefs you inherited to survive, and the masks you wore to be loved. The more deeply you evolve, the more you realize that these masks kept you safe, but they also kept you small. Letting go is painful, but it is also necessary. Carl Jung called this the process of individuation, not becoming perfect, but becoming whole. When life tears down what you've built, you come face to face with yourself. Not the version of you who performs, pleases, or pretends, but the one who's been quietly waiting underneath all the noise. That collapse, the heartbreak, the loss, the moment when everything stops making sense is not a mistake. It's a sacred invitation. What feels like the end is often the soul's way of calling you back to truth. The ego fears this unraveling because it thrives on identity and control. But the soul sees freedom in the fall. Beneath every breakdown is the opportunity to break through. Pain, though uncomfortable, is the most honest mirror you'll ever look into. It doesn't lie. It exposes the illusions you've mistaken for truth. It shows you what's wounded, what's been abandoned inside you, and what is finally ready to be seen. Instead of pushing it away or numbing it down, you begin to sit with it, breathe into it, and listen. You learn that suffering is not a punishment from life, but a doorway to awareness. This is spiritual wisdom. Pain cleanses the spirit of deception and softens the walls built by fear. Every wound becomes a message. Every scar, a sign that something has been transformed. And this is the sacred crossing from the ego's frantic need to fix and control to the soul's quiet power of presence. When you stop trying to prove yourself and start feeling yourself, everything shifts. You are no longer desperate to be untouched by life. Instead, you become open, grounded, deeply connected. Your power is no longer reactive, it's receptive. You don't resist the moment, you become the moment. That is what makes you untouchable, not because you feel no pain, but because you are no longer owned by it. This is the essence of spiritual awakening. The ego breaks so the soul can breathe. Nothing outside you can truly harm you once you return to who you really are. Not because you are armored, but because you are aligned. When you stop clinging to who you were, you finally make room for who you are meant to be. And in that space, in that silence, you find a strength the ego could never touch. 8. Few will walk this path, but it's the only real freedom. Most people will never choose this path, not because it is hidden, but because it demands depth over comfort, truth over convenience. Carl Jung called it individuation, the process of becoming whole by facing the parts of yourself you've been taught to ignore, reject, or fear. It is not a journey of becoming better. It is the courageous unraveling of who you thought you had to be, so that your true self can emerge not as a performance, but as your natural state. This path strips away illusions. You no longer seek approval or wear emotional masks for protection. The idea that emotional armor is a shield falls apart. True emotional strength is not about building walls. It is about integration. You do not harden. You soften into your center. You stop reacting. You start responding. Life no longer pulls you from the outside because something unshakable has taken root within. The noise of the world fades, not because it disappears, but because it loses power over your peace. Carl Jung understood that the deepest suffering comes from living a life that betrays your essence. Many people feel exhausted, not because they are weak, but because they are disconnected. They live in constant performance, smiling on the outside, bleeding silently within. That's the tragedy of our time, mistaking connection for meaning, applause for self-worth. But when you walk the path of individuation, you begin to dismantle the lies. You stop asking, "Who do they want me to be?" and start asking, "Who am I when no one's watching?" A woman once described reaching success by society's standards of wealth, recognition, stability, yet feeling hollow at the height of her accomplishments. Her soul had gone quiet, so she walked away, not to escape, but to rediscover. She sat with her wounds. She listened to the inner child she had silenced. She faced the shadow she had spent years avoiding. And in doing so, she didn't become someone new. She remembered someone ancient within herself. That is spiritual wisdom. That is healing. The more you walk this path, the less you explain yourself. You don't need to be understood by people who are committed to misunderstanding you. You don't perform strength. You radiate peace. You don't suppress your wounds. You integrate them. You don't fear rejection because you are no longer seeking belonging outside yourself. When you are whole, even your silence speaks louder than someone else's performance. Carl Jung said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become. That choice is yours, every single day. Not to be untouchable in the way the world defines it, but to be whole in the way the soul craves. The more you embody your inner truth, the more untouchable you become, not because nothing hurts, but because nothing breaks you. You are no longer held hostage by the fear of loss, rejection, or judgment, because you've reclaimed the very parts of you that were once used to control you. Few will walk this path, but those who do will discover a freedom that can't be taken, a peace that doesn't need permission, and a strength that isn't reactive, it simply is. That is the quiet power of becoming whole. That is the spiritual wisdom Carl Jung devoted his life to sharing. 9. Consciousness is the final shield. External suffering is endless when you remain unconscious of your inner wounds. You can change your job, your partner, your city, but if the same emotions follow you everywhere, the pain will return in new forms. What truly hurts isn't the event itself, but the story you tell yourself about it, the way old trauma colors present experience. Carl Jung once said, "What you resist persists." And it's true. The emotions you suppress don't disappear. They wait. They hide behind your smiles, behind your ambition, behind your silence, until one day, something small breaks you, and you don't even know why. Awakening is not a one-time event. It's a daily practice, a quiet revolution within. Each day, you are faced with moments that invite you to choose awareness over reaction, presence over avoidance. Most people run from their pain by blaming others. But healing begins the moment you stop pointing outward and begin to ask, why did this hurt me so deeply? That question doesn't make you weak. It makes you free. When you stop pretending and start listening, you no longer need to defend yourself against life. You become someone who can feel without drowning. Immunity is not the absence of pain. It's the clarity to see pain for what it is, a signal, not a threat. You don't have to become hard to protect yourself. In fact, the harder you become, the more fragile you feel. Real strength is soft. It's rooted. It says, I can feel this and still stay present. That is what makes you untouchable, not because you don't feel, but because your feelings no longer control you. When you integrate what you once denied, grief, fear, anger, you stop living in reaction. You start living in truth. Spiritual awakening is this exact moment of honesty, when you choose to face what's inside, not escape it. And in doing so, you finally understand nothing, and nobody ever really hurt you. They only revealed what was already wounded. This isn't to blame. It's liberation. You're not a victim of the world. You're the one holding the key. So if there is something in you that is ready to feel without fear, to transform without pretending, comment, I choose awareness. That decision, made over and over, is the path out of suffering. Not perfection, not numbness, but awareness. And from that awareness, a new life begins, where you are no longer dependent on the world, but guided by the truth from within. And so, remember this truth. When you reclaim your power and rise above fear, nothing and nobody will ever truly hurt you again. The wisdom of Carl Jung teaches us that inner strength is not found in controlling the outer world, but in mastering your inner world. If this message spoke to your heart, I invite you to like this video, share it with others who may need these words, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos. filled with insights to guide your spiritual awakening and personal transformation. Carl Jung reveals the final stage of the empath after narcissistic abuse. As Carl Jung once said, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order." What if the pain you experienced wasn't the end, but the portal to your psychological rebirth? In today's episode on spiritual wisdom, we're diving into Jung's most powerful and controversial insight, the final stage of the empath after narcissistic abuse. This isn't about survival, it's about becoming sovereign. Have you ever felt like your suffering was shaping something deeper within you? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's explore this hidden transformation together. 1. Jung's dangerous discovery. Jung's most unsettling revelation wasn't about trauma. It was about what happens to an empath after surviving narcissistic abuse. Not all empaths make it through, but those who do don't just heal, they become unrecognizable. Jung described this transformation as dangerous, not because it's harmful, but because it breaks every familiar identity and constructs something entirely new. These rare survivors don't return to who they were before. Instead, they reach what he called the final stage of empathic development, a state of sovereign empathy, where compassion no longer equals self-abandonment and love no longer requires pain. They emerge with a form of emotional intelligence that's sharp, discerning, and spiritually untouchable. This is not suppression. This is integration. These empaths have faced their own shadow and survived being mirrored by a narcissist whose only language was control. But rather than becoming bitter or closed, they evolve into a version of themselves that is whole, luminous, and impervious to psychological games. They no longer react, they respond. They no longer absorb pain, they transmute it. Jung called this integrated shadow consciousness, a state where you become so conscious of your triggers, wounds, and energetic patterns that nothing can unconsciously hijack your emotional landscape again. You are still sensitive, but now that sensitivity is your superpower, not your liability. But there's a price to awakening. Once you reach this stage, you stop speaking the emotional language of the people who once relied on your self-abandonment. You stop over-explaining. You stop rescuing. You stop tolerating energy that dishonors your nervous system. To those who benefited from your unhealed self, it will feel like betrayal. But it's not betrayal. It's sovereignty. You don't go no contact because of hate. You go silent because your frequency no longer resonates with cycles of chaos. You don't explain your growth. You embody it. And while this stage can feel isolating, it's also where your deepest power lives. You become energetically rare. Your presence becomes a mirror that narcissists can no longer manipulate. They may try to provoke, bait, or pull you back into the cycle, but you now recognize that projection is not connection, and drama is not intimacy. You see through the performance. You see through the illusion. And in doing so, you claim your own timeline. You stop looking for justice outside yourself because the justice is in your transformation. Jung once said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." And that is exactly what the sovereign empath does. They meet the darkness and become the light that cannot be dimmed. This is not the empath who cries in silence anymore. This is not the empath who doubts their worth or overgives in hopes of being chosen. This is the empath who remembers who they are, who trusts the intelligence of their nervous system, who knows that silence is protection. That intuition is divine strategy. That distance is a boundary, not a punishment. You are no longer the victim of your past. You are the architect of your future. And this, Jung believed, was the most powerful and rare form of spiritual wisdom that could ever emerge from the ruins of abuse. An empath who finally chooses themselves. Comment below, "I claim my sovereign empathy." If you're ready to embody the final stage of awakening that Carl Jung warned was both powerful and rare. 2. The empathic crucible and shadow integration. Narcissistic abuse is not just an emotional wound, it is a crucible, a sacred fire that burns away illusions and forces the empath to face their own unconscious. Carl Jung believed that true healing requires shadow integration, not escape. The narcissist, in this painful dynamic, unconsciously serves as a shadow mirror, reflecting back everything the empath has disowned: manipulation, emotional detachment, selfishness, even subtle control masked as compassion. It is a brutal reflection, one that the empath cannot ignore. Their natural instinct to save, fix, or absorb pain no longer works. This mirror does not flatter, it exposes. And it initiates a process Jung would call individuation, the confrontation with the self beneath all personas. The empath begins to undergo what can only be described as 3 ego deaths. First, the death of the idealized self-image, the version of themselves that believed being endlessly giving, forgiving, and soft was enough. That identity cracks when they realize that unchecked empathy is not spiritual, it is self-abandonment. Second, the death of the illusion that love can fix others. This belief, often rooted in childhood trauma, becomes poison in the presence of a narcissist. Love without boundaries becomes enabling, and the empath must face the devastating truth that some people feed on light they refuse to create within. Third, the death of the need for external validation, the compulsion to be seen as good, worthy, or lovable in another's eyes. This is the final and most liberating death because it signals rebirth. The empath no longer needs to be chosen. They choose themselves. This metamorphosis gives rise to something Jung found both rare and dangerous: sovereign empathy. It is the ability to feel deeply without being consumed, to love without being blind, to remain open without being used. It is not emotional detachment, it is emotional mastery. These empaths don't suppress emotions, they transmute them. They don't avoid pain, they alchemize it. And through this, they achieve a state of psychological immunity where external chaos no longer dictates their internal peace. In a world addicted to reaction, they embody conscious response. In a culture obsessed with approval, they embody quiet knowing. Spirituality is not just light, it is the conscious integration of darkness. And those who survive the narcissistic crucible emerge as spiritually awakened warriors. They walk differently. They speak with clarity. They love with discernment. They are no longer emotionally hijacked by others' wounds. Instead, they become living proof that healing is not about returning to who you were before the trauma. It is about rising into who you were designed to become. The journey hurts, but it reveals the power of the empath not as a victim, but as a force of spiritual intelligence, a soul who has remembered their light by walking through the shadow. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss a deep dive like this. If you're ready to embrace your shadow and rise from the empathic crucible with strength, comment below, "I transform pain into power." 3. 4 empathic outcomes after abuse. Carl Jung revealed that after surviving narcissistic abuse, empaths do not simply return to who they once were. They face 4 powerful crossroads that determine whether they dissolve, hide, repeat their trauma, or ascend into sovereignty. The first outcome is the dissolved empath, someone who completely loses their identity in the emotional chaos left behind. They absorb everyone else's pain until their own boundaries disintegrate, becoming so entangled with others that they forget where they end and others begin. This kind of empath often mistakes emotional absorption for connection, but what they truly experience is spiritual fragmentation. Then there's the armored empath, someone who has been hurt so deeply that they shut down emotionally and hide behind intellect, control, or detachment. They stop feeling to stop hurting, but in doing so, they disconnect from their authenticity and lock their heart behind walls, mistaking emotional numbness for strength. This path may protect them from being broken again, but it also keeps them from being truly seen, truly loved, and truly whole. Next comes the wounded healer, a path many empathic souls unconsciously take. This empath uses their own trauma as a tool to help others, becoming a rescuer, advisor, or guide, but not from a place of wholeness. Instead, they operate from a hidden need to be needed. They feel valuable only when they're fixing others, and while they may seem powerful, they're often still driven by unhealed wounds. Their identity becomes entangled with being the helper, and they never give themselves permission to stop bleeding. But Jung pointed toward a 4th and far more rare path, the emergence of the sovereign empath. This is not merely someone who is healed, but someone who has transcended the cycle entirely. They have faced their shadow, integrated their darkness, and come out the other side with emotional mastery and spiritual intelligence. They do not numb their feelings or hide from pain. They feel everything, but nothing controls them. They've developed what Jung referred to as psychic immunity, the ability to feel deeply without being hijacked, to hold space without being consumed, and to sense manipulation before it ever enters the room. The sovereign empath is no longer governed by fear, people-pleasing, or emotional chaos. They do not need to prove their worth, fix others to feel safe, or protect their energy through isolation. They are whole from within. This level of spiritual development is not passive healing. It's a conscious rebirth. It's the result of radical self-awareness, boundaries forged in truth, and an unwavering commitment to their higher self. They become the alchemists of their pain, turning betrayal into wisdom and sorrow into soul power. And this journey is not reserved for a chosen few. It is open to anyone willing to stop running from their wounds and start listening to them. In the end, the sovereign empath is the one who doesn't just survive the abuse, they transform through it, awakening a form of spirituality that no longer seeks safety in others, but finds home in themselves. Do you feel the truth of this deep transformation? If you do, declare it in the comments. I am an empowered empath, and I choose growth. 4. Traits of the sovereign empath. A sovereign empath is not someone overwhelmed by emotions, but someone who has transmuted pain into precision, intuition into intelligence, and suffering into spiritual wisdom. After surviving narcissistic abuse, the empath undergoes an inner rebirth, not into someone cold or detached, but into someone clear, discerning, and energetically sovereign. This stage, which Carl Jung considered a dangerous kind of awakening, marks a psychological shift so powerful that it becomes almost unrecognizable to those who knew them before. They no longer absorb others' chaos unconsciously. They choose what enters their emotional field. This is not suppression. It is conscious permeability. The sovereign empath still feels deeply, but the need to fix, please, or rescue dissolves. Their empathy is no longer a reaction. It becomes a calibrated response, rooted in presence and clarity. Jung called this archetypal sight the rare ability to see through persona masks into the unconscious architecture of a person's shadow. Sovereign empaths can detect manipulation before a word is spoken. They sense ego projection, not through logic, but through energetic misalignment. They trust their gut because it speaks the language of truth. They are no longer seduced by charm, no longer shaken by rejection, no longer destabilized by the moods of others. Because they have met their own darkness, they cannot be blackmailed by the wounds of someone else. Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people, Jung wrote, and the sovereign empath embodies this wisdom by holding space, not by self-sacrifice. What used to feel like emotional drowning is now a field of calm observation. The empath, who once struggled to maintain boundaries, now becomes a fortress of grace, open-hearted, yet energetically fortified. They do not shut down, they simply stop leaking. Compassion is still present, but it is no longer confused with compliance. They can hold space without carrying the burden. They can witness suffering without abandoning themselves. Their aura no longer signals availability to be used, but presence to be respected. In every interaction, the sovereign empath makes a silent choice. Will this energy serve my spirit or distort it? This level of intelligence, this depth of spiritual discernment, is not learned from books. It is forged in the fire of betrayal, heartbreak, isolation, and the long walk home to one's own soul. And now, instead of seeking connection from a place of deficiency, the sovereign empath offers it from a place of overflow. They have become the mirror others can't lie to, the presence that reveals, the silence that unsettles, the warmth that does not chase. No longer addicted to being understood, they are anchored in self-recognition. No longer trying to explain their worth, they radiate it. They walk in the world as both mystery and medicine, as both mirror and boundary, as both soft and untouchable. They are not trying to be liked. They are here to be aligned. They are not afraid of solitude. It has become their sanctuary. They are no longer the empaths the world could consume. They are the empath the world must reckon with. 5. The hidden cost. Isolation and consciousness gap. Sovereign empaths carry the weight of profound perception, often misunderstood, not because they are wrong, but because they see too much, too clearly. Jung called this prophet's isolation, the kind of loneliness that comes not from absence of people, but from the inability to communicate truths others are not ready to face. It's the price of deep awareness, and for empaths who have crossed into the final stage of their spiritual awakening, it becomes a quiet exile. As they integrate their own shadow, they step into a heightened consciousness that few around them understand, creating what Jung referred to as the consciousness gap. This gap isn't theoretical, it's painfully real. It shows up in the way relationships dissolve without drama, in the way silence replaces superficial conversation, and in the growing sense that even those once close now feel like strangers. The sovereign empath no longer mirrors to belong. They no longer emotionally contort themselves to maintain harmony. Instead, they become a mirror of truth, and truth is often unbearable to those still living inside illusions. As the empath rises in spiritual intelligence, they no longer seek validation through emotional rescue. They've outgrown the roles that once made them lovable in the eyes of the unconscious, roles like savior, caretaker, or emotional sponge. Now, they're discerning. They choose presence over performance, depth over drama, clarity over chaos. But this evolution has a cost. Many empaths find themselves walking alone, not because they want solitude, but because they've outgrown energetic environments where they once felt safe. Old connections crumble, not from conflict, but from incompatibility of frequency. Conversations become exhausting. Parties feel empty. Even my family feels foreign. The sovereign empath becomes psychologically untouchable, not in arrogance, but in energetic mastery. They no longer absorb what they observe. They no longer over-explain what they embody. And because of this, they are often perceived as distant or changed. But what's changed is not their heart. It's their boundaries, their awareness, their unwillingness to betray themselves to maintain connection. In a world still asleep, the awakened soul often walks alone. But this loneliness is sacred. It is the silence in which discernment grows. It is the stillness where spiritual wisdom deepens. And it is in this painful, holy gap between the unconscious and the awakened where the sovereign empath becomes unshakable. Jung said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls." The empath, by contrast, has faced their own soul and now pays the price for that courage. But it is also a gift, because in this silence, they begin to attract a different tribe, not through effort, but through vibration. People who meet them in clarity, not confusion, who see their truth, not their utility. And in this resonance, the empath is no longer alone, but aligned. Stay connected to the Spiritual Wisdom community by subscribing to our channel. Here, we dive deep into the unseen layers of awakening and the cost of rising above manipulation. You are not alone in your isolation. You're evolving. Claim your journey by commenting, "I embrace the solitude that shapes my soul." Don't forget to like, share, and hit the bell so you won't miss what's coming next. 6. Jung's 4-stage shadow integration protocol. Carl Jung's 4-stage shadow integration protocol reveals the sacred path of transformation that every empath must walk after enduring narcissistic abuse. A journey that is not only psychological, but deeply spiritual, where healing becomes a form of initiation and your wounds are redefined as the gateways to power. The first stage, shadow acknowledgement, is where the empath faces the raw truth within: jealousy, fear, neediness, suppressed rage, longing for validation of all the hidden parts that have been exiled in the name of being good. Instead of denying these traits, Jung invites you to embrace them, because what remains unconscious will continue to control your life. This moment of honest self-reflection becomes the turning point, where compassion is extended inward, and the very qualities once shamed become the keys to your spiritual development. Here, you begin to understand that your light cannot shine fully without honoring your shadow, and that true wholeness comes not from perfection, but from integration. The second stage, projection withdrawal, is where many empaths begin to awaken from illusion. Having projected their inner gold, their strength, voice, and worth onto the narcissist, they must now reclaim what was disowned. Jung reminds us, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. That narcissist who seems so powerful, magnetic, or emotionally unavailable was often a reflection of your own unmet potential, your unclaimed anger, or your neglected desire to be seen. In this stage, the empath stops trying to change or decode the narcissist and begins to turn inward, recovering every part of themselves they once gave away in exchange for love or approval. This isn't just recovery, it's retrieval, a sacred remembering of who you were before manipulation convinced you that you were small. The third stage, boundary alchemy, is where the empath begins to master their energy field and cultivate selective empathy, a rare form of spiritual intelligence that Jung referred to as conscious permeability. You learn how to feel everything without absorbing it, how to witness suffering without becoming consumed by it, how to love without losing yourself in the process. Boundaries are no longer defenses built from fear, but filters crafted from wisdom. You become emotionally sovereign, able to discern what is yours and what belongs to others. This is the moment where your heart remains open, but your soul is protected. You no longer give your empathy to those who feed on it. You reserve it for those who honor it. And in doing so, your presence becomes sacred, your silence powerful, and your peace non-negotiable. The final stage, archetypal alignment, is where the empath rises as the wounded healer. No longer ashamed of the pain they've carried, they now see it as preparation for their higher calling. Jung believed that those who have suffered deeply hold the medicine for others, and in this stage, the empath's scars become symbols of strength. Their vulnerability becomes their language, and their story becomes a source of light for those still trapped in darkness. They don't just talk about healing, they embody it. They don't just preach boundaries, they live them. They don't just feel deeply, they channel that depth into purpose. Spirituality, at this level, is not performance, it is embodiment. And the empath who reaches this stage becomes untouchable, not because they are hard, but because they are whole. They no longer seek validation, rescue, or revenge. They walk in alignment with their truth, knowing that the pain they once thought would break them has, in fact, revealed who they truly are. 7. 5 metamorphoses of the empath. Carl Jung revealed that the final stage of the empath after narcissistic abuse is not merely about recovery. It's a psychological metamorphosis that few ever reach, a spiritual wisdom earned through fire. In the first stage, dissolution, the empath's ego collapses under the emotional warfare of manipulation. Their identity, once rooted in pleasing others and absorbing pain to stay safe, begins to disintegrate. But this fall is sacred. It strips away illusions and forces the empath to question everything. Who am I without their approval? What is left when I am no longer who I thought I had to be? The breakdown becomes a breakthrough, the beginning of intelligence born from spiritual suffering. This collapse leads to descent, where the empath enters the depths of the unconscious. This is where the shadow lives, the hidden rage, the suppressed grief, the unspoken betrayal. The empath no longer runs from fear, but meets it with presence. It's the realm of darkness, but not evil. As Jung said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. In this stage, the empath begins to realize that the monster wasn't just the narcissist, it was also the self-abandonment that kept them silent. This confrontation with the shadow becomes the gateway to transformation, where fear is not exiled, but integrated. Then comes integration. The empath stops dividing themselves into good and bad. They embrace their wholeness, not by rejecting their sensitivity, but by understanding its sacred function. Their boundaries become holy. Their emotions become maps. Their pain becomes instruction. No longer seeking to fix others, they begin to heal themselves. Empathy is no longer reactive. It becomes strategic. The empath becomes emotionally intelligent, spiritually aware, and unshakably centered. They no longer ask, "Am I too much?" Instead, they declare, "I will not shrink for anyone." As emergence unfolds, the empath reclaims their voice, their gifts, and their presence. They return to the world not as a wounded healer, but as a conscious mirror. Their intuition sharpens, their perception expands. They stop absorbing energy and start decoding it. What once overwhelmed now empowers. What once drained now defines. The empath no longer fears solitude, silence, or misunderstanding. They see these as sacred companions of clarity. They live with inner alignment, reading the unseen language. This is not emotional fragility. It is spiritual sovereignty. The final metamorphosis is sovereignty itself, the rarest psychological state Jung ever documented. The empath evolves into an archetype, embodying wisdom, presence, and psychological immunity. They are no longer defined by trauma, but by clarity. They do not seek revenge or recognition. They walk in power, not control. They influence reality, not by force, but by frequency. Their aura speaks louder than their words. They protect their peace like sacred ground. They are no longer an open wound. They are a portal for truth. This is the sovereign empath, one who has faced annihilation and emerged not only alive, but awakened. 8. Traps that prevent true sovereignty. The final stage of empathic transformation, as revealed by Carl Jung's deep psychological insight, is riddled with hidden traps that disguise themselves as spiritual progress, but subtly sabotage true sovereignty. The first is spiritual superiority, the belief that enduring trauma automatically makes one more spiritually evolved. While pain can be a gateway to awakening, it does not guarantee wisdom. Many wear their suffering like a crown, mistaking survival for enlightenment. But Jung cautioned that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. True spiritual wisdom doesn't emerge from what happens to you, but from how deeply you choose to transform it. When trauma becomes your identity instead of your initiation, you lose the humility required for real growth. The second trap is therapeutic materialism, the endless loop of healing as performance. It's the addiction to processing, reading, journaling, meditating, attending workshops, yet never integrating. You collect insights like trophies, but never let them change how you show up in relationships, in presence, in silence. Jung's work reminds us that spirituality without embodiment becomes another form of avoidance. You cannot heal forever without stepping into wholeness. Insight must lead to inner structure. Otherwise, it becomes spiritual entertainment, not transformation. The third trap is isolation addiction, the tendency to confuse solitude with superiority. After betrayal or narcissistic abuse, the empath often swings to the extreme, believing that cutting off all human connection is the mark of awakening. But excessive withdrawal is often fear dressed as discernment. Sovereignty is not the absence of people, it is the presence of self. Jung spoke of individuation as becoming whole, not separate. A spiritually intelligent being doesn't avoid human contact. They learn to remain energetically centered amidst it. Solitude is sacred, but connection is the test of integration. The fourth and most subtle trap is the revenge disguise, the temptation to weaponize insight against those who hurt you. This is the empath who uses silence to punish, awareness to mock, or superiority to invalidate. Jung called this the shadow's seduction. Revenge, masked as healing. But if your evolution still needs someone else to lose, you haven't healed. You've just found a more elegant form of resentment. The spiritually awakened don't retaliate with punishment. They reclaim their peace with grace. In a world where spirituality is often reduced to aesthetics and self-help mantras, these traps are alluring because they mimic growth without requiring inner death. But sovereignty demands depth. It asks you to be honest about the masks you wear in your healing, the escapes you call wisdom, and the superiority you mistake for safety. To walk this path is to turn inward, not to become better than others, but to become whole within yourself. 9. The role of sovereign empaths in humanity's evolution. Carl Jung believed that sovereign empaths are not just survivors of narcissistic abuse. They are the embodiment of humanity's next spiritual evolution. These individuals do not simply heal. They transmute pain into power and become living conduits for collective transformation. Their suffering is not random or personal. It is archetypal, woven into the unconscious fabric of humanity itself. Empaths carry the emotional residue of generations. They absorb the unspoken traumas of families, societies, and lineages. And through a long and often painful process of awakening, they begin to alchemize it. Jung understood that these people are not here to live ordinary lives. They are spiritual catalysts, walking between worlds, embodying both profound sensitivity and unwavering inner strength. What appears to be weakness becomes their greatest weapon once it is integrated. And what was once overwhelming emotion becomes sacred intuition, guiding others toward their own healing. The narcissist in their life plays a brutal but essential role. As Jung taught, the shadow must be seen before it can be integrated. The narcissist acts as a dark mirror, forcing the empath to confront their unconscious wounds, codependency, and suppressed power. This isn't just a toxic relationship, it's a spiritual initiation. The narcissist is not merely an abuser, but a trigger for profound self-discovery. Once the empath sees the game, everything changes. They begin to withdraw their energy, reclaim their narrative, and rise not in bitterness, but in spiritual clarity. The empath who survives this metamorphosis doesn't return to who they were. before they become something entirely new. Jung referred to this transformation as individuation, the process of becoming whole. In this sovereign state, the empath no longer absorbs chaos. They become the eye of the storm. They no longer seek validation. They embody truth. And they no longer run from the darkness. They become fluent in its language. Sovereign empaths develop what can only be described as compassionate immunity. They feel deeply, but they are not consumed. They understand others, but they do not betray themselves. Their empathy is no longer self-sacrificing. It is discerning, grounded, and powerful. They become masters of energy, of emotional boundaries, of the invisible dynamics that govern human behavior. And in doing so, they fulfill their deeper purpose, to awaken others. Their life becomes a silent sermon of resilience, a transmission of hope, and a model of what true emotional sovereignty looks like. Their healing journey is not a detour, it is the map. And through it, they invite others into their own spiritual development. This is why Jung believed sovereign empaths hold the key to psychological evolution. They bridge the gap between unconscious suffering and conscious transformation. They are no longer defined by the pain inflicted on them. They are defined by the wisdom they've extracted from it. They are no longer mirrors for the wounds of others. They become mirrors of what is possible when the soul refuses to stay silent. Their story is not just one of survival. It is the sacred blueprint of transmutation, emotional maturity, and spiritual responsibility. Through their existence, they elevate the collective frequency and remind the world that the most powerful form of spirituality is not escaping reality. It is facing it with an awakened presence, an unwavering heart, and the courage to walk as light through the darkest corridors of the human psyche. Thank you for joining us on this profound exploration of Carl Jung's insight into the final stage of the empath's journey after narcissistic abuse. If this message resonated with your spirit or helped you see your transformation in a new light, don't keep it to yourself like this video. Share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more soul-deep content. Be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the next breakthrough on your path to awakening. Your healing isn't the end. It's the beginning of something rare, powerful, and sacred. Stay aligned, stay wise, and stay true to your inner evolution. You're not lost. You're between chapters. Carl Jung's quantum truth. Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Carl Jung. If you've been feeling uncertain, stuck, or like you've somehow missed your path pause, you're not broken. You're simply between chapters. What if this moment of confusion is actually the sacred space where your soul is rewriting its story? In today's video, we'll explore Carl Jung's quantum truth that being lost is often the first sign you're on the verge of profound alignment. So ask yourself, what if the universe isn't closing doors, but redirecting you toward the chapter where your real transformation begins? Let us know in the comments, have you ever felt more you after walking through uncertainty? And don't forget to like, share this with someone who needs clarity, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insight that awakens your spirit. 1. You're not lost. You're in a sacred transition. You're not lost. You're in a sacred recalibration. where your energy no longer fits the life you once built. This isn't failure. It's the wisdom of your soul outgrowing its previous limitations. When your passions go quiet, your relationships feel out of sync, and your goals blur into fog. That's not a crisis. It's a sign that you're no longer resonating with the frequency of your old identity. Carl Jung said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." This pain isn't punishment. It's an intelligent signal that you've stepped into the quantum space between what was and what will be. In this transitional state, your energy exists in multiple possibilities, just like a particle in superposition. You haven't lost direction. You're being refined. The world outside may not reflect the evolution inside, and that dissonance is the friction you feel. It's the stretch between chapters, where the old story fades, but the new one hasn't fully formed. You're not behind. You're becoming. The discomfort is sacred. It means you're not settling for the familiar lie anymore. You're waiting, intuitively, for truth to land. Jung's concept of individuation teaches that deep transformation doesn't happen through force, but through integration. You're integrating lifetimes of patterns, expectations, and projections into a new alignment. It's not meant to be fast, it's meant to be real. And that realness requires solitude, stillness, and surrender. The quantum field responds not to desperation, but to presence. That's why trying to control or rush this phase will only disconnect you from the wisdom it holds. You are not broken. You are unraveling everything that isn't truly you. In this in-between, the mind will crave certainty, but the soul is asking for trust. You are experiencing decoherence, the dissolving of what no longer holds energetic truth. It's an invitation to meet yourself beyond ego, beyond labels, beyond performance. Intelligence and spiritual wisdom teaches that some of the most profound leaps come after long periods of stillness. Like the seed buried in soil, nothing visible is happening, but everything essential is unfolding underground. So when life feels quiet, when the outer world stops reflecting your inner fire, that's not stagnation, it's divine preparation. The universe isn't testing you, it's sinking you. You are being stretched into higher dimensions of alignment, beyond what your former self could even dream. Don't panic when the old ambition fades. Don't chase noise to fill the silence. This stillness is sacred. This gap is the portal. The next version of you is not something you chase. It's something you remember into being, and it's already forming in the dark. Comment below, "I trust the sacred transition," if you're ready to embrace this powerful in-between space and allow your next chapter to unfold with spiritual wisdom. 2. The discomfort is a prelude to transformation. The discomfort you're feeling right now is not evidence that you've lost your way. It's the echo of a soul outgrowing its past. What you're moving through is not a breakdown, but a sacred recalibration. Your nervous system is not malfunctioning. It's adapting to a new energetic code. Your mind may call this chaos, but your spirit knows it as the quiet before a quantum leap. As Carl Jung reminds us, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. This is not regression. This is resurrection in slow motion. And in this strange, in-between space, where nothing makes sense, your soul is slowly being rewritten to match the future version of you, the one aligned with higher truth, deeper peace, and radical inner freedom. This void, often called the zero-point field, is where everything and nothing exists at once. It is the womb of transformation, the place between who you were and who you are becoming. And while most people frantically try to escape it by changing jobs, forcing clarity, or seeking quick external validation, the truth is that presence, not performance, is the bridge across this unknown. There is nothing you need to fix. In fact, the more you try to fix, the more you resist the very intelligence that's trying to flow through you. This is not a time for hustle, it's a time for surrender. You don't need a plan. You need permission to be still. You don't need answers. You need alignment. And you certainly don't need perfection. You need presence. Your energy is shifting in ways your conscious mind cannot comprehend. That's why old desires suddenly feel empty. That's why conversations that once gave you life now feel hollow. That's why you feel detached from ambitions that used to light a fire inside you. What's happening is not confusion. It's clarity preparing to land. Your inner world is reordering itself so that your external world can catch up. And it's deeply uncomfortable because it requires you to release everything that is no longer true, including the identities that kept you safe but small. You are no longer compatible with your old frequency, and that dissonance you feel, it's the friction of evolution. In spiritual awakening, this is known as the dark night of the soul. But it's also the birthplace of divine consciousness. This chapter may be quiet, even painful, but it is sacred. It's a space where the universe whispers instead of shouts, where silence becomes the language of wisdom, where your job is not to fix your life, but to let your life reveal itself to you. Modern society teaches us to act, to fix, to plan. But spiritual wisdom teaches us that in certain seasons, the bravest thing you can do is wait, to breathe through the unknown, to grieve what is leaving and trust what is forming, even when you cannot name it yet. This isn't stagnation, it's sacred preparation. You are shedding timelines, releasing karmic weights, integrating quantum lessons. And all of this is happening beneath the surface, where your eyes cannot see, but your soul can feel. So let go. Let go of the pressure to know what's next. Let go of the expectation to feel inspired. Let go of the need to explain yourself to people who wouldn't understand your transformation anyway. This chapter isn't about proving, it's about purifying. The fire isn't here to destroy you, it's here to refine you. You're not off track, you're off script. And that's exactly where your soul wants you. Your intuition is louder in the quiet. Your truth is sharper in the stillness. And your next chapter will not be built from force. It will rise from alignment. You are being recoded to hold more light, more love, more truth than ever before. Trust that. You are not lost. You are not broken. You are simply between chapters. And when the next one begins, you will carry the wisdom of everything you learned in the silence. Leave a like if this message resonates with your journey. And don't forget to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of awakening. Comment below. I embrace the discomfort. Transformation is near. To affirm your sacred transition. 3. Your identity is melting for a reason. Like a caterpillar dissolving inside the cocoon, your sense of identity is quietly breaking down. And though it feels disorienting, it's not chaos, it's transformation. You're not failing. You're not broken. You're in a sacred phase of becoming, where everything you once knew about yourself is being stripped away, not to punish you, but to make space for the next version of you. Carl Jung said, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order. What looks like a disorder in your life right now is actually spiritual intelligence at work, rearranging the architecture of your soul in ways your logical mind can't yet understand. The passions that used to light you up might now feel hollow. Conversations may seem shallow. The life you built might suddenly feel too small. But that doesn't mean you're lost. It means you've outgrown your previous frequency. This is the space between chapters, and though it's silent, it's profoundly sacred. There is no map for this part of the journey. Only presence, only trust. Your job is not to force answers, but to surrender to the mystery. You don't need to rush to define what comes next. Instead, breathe into the unknown and allow the new self to emerge from within. In a culture obsessed with productivity, we often confuse stillness with failure. But real spiritual development doesn't happen in the doing. It happens in the undoing. That's why this stage feels so uncomfortable. You are shedding outdated patterns, roles, and attachments that once kept you safe. And the mind, desperate for control, will beg for clarity. But clarity isn't your task right now. Your task is to soften into the unknown, to trust the alchemy of uncertainty, and to let the inner shift complete its cycle. As Jung reminded us, who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. You are being called inward to awaken, not by chasing something new, but by letting go of what no longer reflects your truth. This is the hidden power of the cocoon. Everything dissolves so the impossible can be born. The world will tell you to fix, to solve, to hurry. But your soul knows this is a time to listen deeply and honor the sacred pause. You are not falling apart. You are expanding. You are learning to live without the armor of old identities. And this inner dismantling, though painful, is a necessary part of your spiritual awakening. The person you're becoming cannot be built on outdated beliefs, fears, or survival patterns. It requires honesty. It requires emptiness. It requires trust. So breathe, feel, be. You don't need to know what's next. You only need to know that at this moment, this space of not knowing is where your next chapter is already being written. Not with effort, but with presence. Not with control, but with surrender. This is the essence of spirituality. The ability to stand in the fire of your own transformation without reaching for escape. You are not lost. You are in divine transition. You are melting, not to disappear, but to become something more aligned, more expansive, more true. Let go. Trust the unseen and allow your new self to rise. Do you feel your old self dissolving to make room for something greater? Then this message is for you. Type in the comments, "I am shedding what no longer serves me," to affirm your transformation. 4. Quantum leaps require coherence, not effort. In the quantum field, transformation isn't driven by force. It's summoned by coherence. When your energy is scattered, no amount of effort can override the chaos within. But when your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs harmonize into a clear frequency, you become a magnet for change. You don't push your way into a new reality. You collapse into it. This is not about hustle. It's about alignment. You match the frequency of who you are becoming, not by doing more, but by being more still, more aware, more surrendered. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And in this sacred space between chapters, fate is being rewritten by your frequency, not your fight. The discomfort you feel isn't proof you're lost. It's a sign that the old life no longer fits. Your soul is shedding skins, not because you're failing, but because you're evolving. When nothing makes sense and everything feels still, that's not stagnation, that's recalibration. The mind wants to label this pause as weakness, but the truth is, this stillness is coded with spiritual intelligence. It's preparing your nervous system to hold a new identity. You may feel detached from old passions, disconnected from people who once mattered, or uninspired by goals that used to light you up. That's not apathy, it's alignment shifting. You're no longer available for anything that doesn't match the frequency of your becoming. Coherence is a silent kind of power. It means your heart no longer negotiates with what drains you. It means your body becomes a compass and rest becomes sacred. It means you stop betraying your inner truth just to be understood. The moment you stop chasing outcomes and start trusting the pull of your intuition, everything begins to move. In quantum terms, reality responds to the observer's state of being. And when your being is calm, clear, and congruent with your highest vision, you collapse the wave of infinite potential into a particle of manifested truth. The shift doesn't happen through force. It happens through frequency. This is spiritual wisdom in motion. It's remembering that you don't have to prove your worth through pain. You don't have to earn joy by suffering first. You don't have to fight to belong. You already belong to your future, to your purpose, to the next timeline that is already waiting for you to meet it with grace, not resistance. Carl Jung reminded us that there is no coming to consciousness without pain, but that pain is not a prison, it's a portal. The stillness you're standing in is not the end of the story. It's the silent paragraph between plot twists. You are not lost. You are being prepared for a leap so aligned that when it arrives, you won't have to force a single thing. You will simply recognize the frequency and return to yourself. 5. Stillness is the signal, not the absence of progress. The stillness you feel is not an error in your path, nor a punishment from the universe. It is the sacred recalibration before your transformation unfolds. This silence is not the absence of motion. It is the invisible intelligence of the quantum field, scanning your frequency, aligning your soul with the timeline that matches your growth. In spirituality, we are taught that the most powerful awakenings don't arrive with fanfare, but unfold quietly, gently, like a soft sunrise. One day, without warning, you realize you're no longer reactive to the things that once controlled you. The anxiety no longer grips your chest. The overthinking softens, and you begin to feel present, not because the world has changed, but because you have. This is spiritual wisdom in motion, the kind Carl Jung hinted at when he spoke of becoming who you truly are. Real transformation doesn't shout. It settles into your bones and shifts your vibration from the inside out. Stillness is not your enemy, it is your mirror. It reflects who you are without distractions, without ego, without noise. In a culture obsessed with progress, you might feel ashamed for not moving fast. But consider this: trees don't rush to grow. Rivers don't force their flow, and yet they transform landscapes with their quiet power. What if your stillness is not stuckness, but spiritual preparation? What if the universe is holding its breath, waiting for your essence to stabilize before it delivers what you've been asking for? In this space between chapters, your nervous system is healing. Your identity is shedding old layers, and your energy is maturing. The world may not see it, but your soul feels it. You are becoming magnetic. Your presence is learning to speak louder than your words. And while it may seem like nothing is happening, the most intelligent part of you knows this is the calm before your quantum leap. This moment is sacred. It is the cocoon before the wings, the silence before the revelation. Every spiritual awakening contains a chapter like this, a pause, a breath, a retreat inward. If you're in that space now, trust that it is working. Trust that the absence of chaos is not emptiness, but order forming in new patterns. Do not rush to fill the silence. Let it teach you. Let it shape you. Because soon, this stillness will bloom into a reality that reflects the depth you've cultivated in private. You are not lost. You are between versions of yourself. And that space, though invisible and often misunderstood, is the signal, not the absence of profound spiritual transformation. If you believe stillness is sacred, not stagnant, and you're ready to embrace this in-between chapter, like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and comment below. I trust the stillness to guide me. Let's align together in faith and intention. 6. You become the signal, not the seeker. You no longer chase the signs, you become the sign. When your identity is rooted in spiritual development, your presence speaks louder than your words, and your energy communicates before you even enter the room. This isn't about chasing momentary spiritual highs or fleeting emotional victories. It's about deep inner alignment, the kind that radiates stability and coherence no matter what's happening around you. Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And in this awakened state, you no longer need validation from the outside world because you've anchored your reality within. Your emotional responses aren't dictated by circumstance anymore. They are guided by the internal frequency you've chosen to hold. You're no longer seeking. You're no longer proving. You've become. The external world starts to rearrange itself in response to your inner clarity. The universe recognizes your frequency, not because you demanded it, but because you maintained it. This is what it means to embody the shift consistently, regardless of whether things are visible yet or not. Spirituality is not a practice of desperate asking. It's a steady radiance. You walk into situations not to get something from them, but to bring your essence to them. People feel your energy shift before you say a word. Circumstances begin to align without manipulation. You don't need to force. You don't need to chase, you hold. You hold the energy of your future self now, not because you're pretending, but because you've remembered who you really are. The power lies in emotional grounding. You're not numb. You're conscious. You don't suppress feelings. You regulate them. Your nervous system becomes your compass, and your calm becomes your protection. The things that once pulled you out of alignment no longer have the same power, not because they disappeared, but because your frequency outgrew them. There is no fear in letting go when you know what you're anchored in. You're not afraid of change because you've become the change maker. That quiet stillness you feel in the middle of uncertainty, that's you standing at the edge of a quantum shift, not by accident, but by design. You're no longer performing spirituality for others to understand you. You're living it in such a way that your reality becomes the evidence. You don't explain your growth. You express it through your presence. there's a point where words fall short and embodiment takes over. That's when people feel you more than they hear you. That's when reality bends, not because you demanded it, but because you matched it. The lesson is clear. Coherence is the key, and identity is the portal. When your inner world becomes the signal, your outer world has no choice but to reflect it. This is the evolution of the seeker into the signal. This is the spiritual intelligence that changes everything. 7. The real test is integration, not initiation. Many people don't fail because they lack the vision of a better life. They fail because they don't know how to hold it. They catch a glimpse of their higher timeline, feel the shift in their energy, maybe even step into a brief moment of clarity, but then they fall back. Not because they're weak, but because they doubt the stillness. They misinterpret the silence that comes with transformation, expecting fireworks when what's happening is far more sacred and internal restructuring. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And that is the real test, not to initiate change, but to integrate it. It's easy to visit your higher self, to have a good day, to wake up early once, to meditate once, to set a boundary once, but it's spiritual intelligence to live as that self every single day, especially when no one's watching, especially when the shift is quiet, especially when no one claps. True transformation happens in the unseen moments. The choices you make when you're tired, the thoughts you reframe in private, the way you refuse to betray yourself even when it's inconvenient. And this is where most people turn back. They expect the new chapter to feel exciting all the time. They expect the quantum leap to be explosive. But in reality, the most powerful leaps are anchored in discipline, in devotion, in sacred structure. It's not about chasing the next high. It's about stabilizing the one you've already touched. If you keep visiting your future self, but never unpack your bags, you'll keep falling into old timelines that feel safer but cost your soul. Integration means embodying the new frequency even when the external doesn't yet reflect it. It means you show up with clarity, with grounded presence, even when the world hasn't caught up to your inner shift. That's how you rewire reality from the inside out. You don't need another sign. You don't need to wait for a perfect alignment. The alignment is you. When you commit to structure, to stillness, to inner clarity, your life starts bending around that new signal. Intelligence and spiritual wisdom aren't about dramatic change. They're about consistent embodiment. The version of you that feels light, rooted, powerful, calm. That version exists not in a future event, but in the decision you make right now to stop dipping your toes into your transformation and finally live in it fully. When you stop waiting for permission and start acting like the version of you that already knows, the shift becomes permanent. That's the real test, not whether you can start the journey, but whether you can keep walking it when it gets quiet, when it gets lonely, when it gets real. You are not lost. You're not failing. You're not behind. You're just being called to stop chasing and start integrating. If this message resonated with your soul, declare it with faith in the comments. I trust the process of integration. I am becoming whole. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video so more hearts can awaken to their true journey. Thank you for spending this time with us on Spiritual Wisdom. If today's message reminded you that you're not lost, but simply between chapters, then trust that your story is still being written in divine timing. The universe often pauses before the most meaningful plot twists, and your next chapter may be closer than you think. If this resonated with your soul, don't keep it to yourself like this video. Share it with someone who needs this reminder, and subscribe to our channel for more deep insights inspired by Carl Jung and spiritual awakening. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the wisdom meant just for you. We'll see you in the next chapter. What the universe does to rare souls before sending them the right person. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. For rare souls, this journey often feels longer and lonelier, especially when it comes to love. But what if the universe is not withholding the right person from you, but preparing you for them? Today, on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore what the universe does to rare souls before aligning them with the right connection, a love that transcends the ordinary. Do you feel like you've been tested in love? Share your thoughts in the comments, because your story might resonate with someone walking the same path. 1. Solitude is preparation, not punishment. Rare souls feel unseen in love, not because they are lacking, but because they carry within them a refusal to settle for what is shallow and fleeting. And this resistance is both their challenge and their gift. The universe understands the depth of their longing and the clarity of their vision, so it does not hand them quick companionship or superficial bonds to ease their temporary loneliness. Instead, it gives them solitude, which feels at times like silence, distance, and waiting, but is in truth the highest form of preparation. This solitude is not punishment, it is refinement, a necessary filter that strips away illusions, heals the wounds of old patterns, and teaches the soul to distinguish between conditioned desires and its truest longings. In the language of spirituality, solitude is the furnace where the raw metal of the self is transformed into something enduring, something that can hold love without breaking. In the path of spiritual awakening, this stage cannot be avoided, for only through it does the soul learn the sacred difference between being alone and being lonely. During this season, the rare soul begins to see clearly that modern culture often mistakes attachment for love, validation for intimacy, and convenience for destiny. Social media floods us with images of couples and commitments, tempting us to measure our worth against timelines that were never meant for us. Yet this solitude is the universe's protection, ensuring that we do not enter partnerships that mirror our wounds instead of healing them. Carl Jung wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Solitude is the mirror that makes the unconscious visible. It forces you to confront the shadows you once avoided, to sit with the ache of your unmet needs, and to grow strong enough to no longer seek completion outside yourself. It is a sacred silence in which you learn that being whole is not about another person filling your emptiness, but about discovering your fullness within. This refinement is not gentle. It can feel like fire. You may wonder why love seems to come easily for others while you remain waiting. But the truth is that your path requires greater patience because your love will carry greater depth. Diamonds form under pressure, pearls are born from irritation, and strong souls are forged in solitude. Without this process, many confuse temporary chemistry with lasting connection, repeating cycles of heartbreak because they never pause long enough to awaken. For the rare soul, solitude interrupts this cycle. It teaches you to recognize red flags without ignoring them, to value emotional resonance over external appearances, and to trust your intuition as the true compass. In this way, solitude becomes your teacher, guiding you toward a love that transcends mere compatibility and awakens something eternal. In modern life, this preparation can feel unbearable, but it is the very soil in which your destiny is planted. Each moment of solitude is a seed sown in silence that will bloom in divine timing. You are learning to hold conversations with your inner world, to align with your highest values, to heal generational wounds, and to establish boundaries that protect your spirit. This is the unseen work that prepares you not only to receive the right person, but also to keep them. Love without preparation is fragile, but love born out of solitude is rooted, stable, and radiant. Jung's wisdom reminds us that a relationship is not simply two people meeting. It is two souls carrying their inner worlds to each other. And for rare souls, that inner world must first be cultivated through solitude. So solitude becomes your silent ally. It whispers to you in the stillness that you are not behind, that divine timing cannot be rushed, that every moment spent in self-discovery is shaping you into the kind of partner who can love without fear and be loved without losing yourself. It is not a waiting room where nothing happens, but a sacred chamber where everything essential is unfolding. The universe, in its mysterious design, delays what you desire so that you may grow into who you were always meant to be. And when the right person arrives, they will not only meet you, but also recognize the rare soul you have become, refined by solitude, awakened by silence, and ready for a love that reflects the truth of your being. Have you ever experienced a season of solitude that felt like preparation rather than punishment? If so, share your story in the comments below so we can inspire one another. And if not, simply comment, "I will embrace solitude," to show your openness to this powerful journey. 2. The first test: radical solitude. This imposed solitude is not simply an empty stretch of time. It is a sacred initiation that forces rare souls to separate the shallow ache of loneliness from the deeper wisdom of self-connection. At first, it feels like abandonment, as if the universe has withdrawn love and left you suspended in silence. But in truth, it is teaching you to recognize your own energetic frequency and to stop shrinking yourself in order to fit into relationships that cannot hold your depth. Carl Jung said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you." And this test of solitude makes that statement real. It strips away the illusion that companionship alone can fill the void, showing instead that the only true remedy for emptiness is learning to inhabit your own presence with reverence and strength. When you are kept apart from lesser connections, you begin to see clearly how often you once settled for less than your worth. Solitude reveals the quiet places where you compromised your values, where you ignored your intuition, where you traded authenticity for temporary comfort. It challenges you to end this cycle by teaching you that love is not about escaping yourself, but about returning to yourself. Spiritual awakening begins here, in the silence of radical solitude, where you realize that being alone is not the same as being lonely. It is in this stillness that you tune into your unique vibration, a frequency that is rare and unrepeatable. And it is only by recognizing and protecting this vibration that you will ever be prepared to welcome the right person without losing yourself again. Carl Jung also reminded us, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And this privilege unfolds most powerfully in solitude. Like an instrument being tuned, your soul requires stillness to find harmony. Without this tuning, relationships become discordant, repeating old patterns of chaos and disconnection. But when you endure solitude with patience and intention, you refine your frequency so that when the right soul finally enters, the connection is not ordinary, but transcendent, resonating with the intelligent spiritual wisdom of the universe itself. Modern life resists this lesson, distracting you with constant noise, shallow attention, and temporary bonds, making solitude feel unbearable. Yet what feels unbearable is actually the birthplace of your highest strength. It is in this space that you confront your thoughts, your fears, your shadows, and your desires. You meet the parts of yourself you once ignored, and you discover what must be healed before love can truly flourish. Solitude becomes the teacher that shows you how to trust yourself, how to nurture your creativity, how to develop clarity of mind, and how to awaken your inner intelligence so you are no longer dependent on another's presence for wholeness. This is the alchemy of solitude, transforming emptiness into richness, silence into wisdom, and waiting into preparation. When you embrace it, you no longer see it as a void, but as the soil in which your spirit grows, roots deep enough to withstand the storms of love and life. The universe does not give this test to everyone, only to rare souls who carry within them a destiny that demands purity, strength, and unwavering authenticity. If you are in such a season now, know that you are not being punished, but prepared. Every moment spent in solitude is shaping you into a vessel capable of holding a love that matches your depth. You are learning to carry your own light so powerfully that when the right person arrives, they do not complete you, but join you, resonating with your frequency because you have already learned to stand fully in it. In this way, solitude ceases to be exile and becomes initiation, the first great step of the universe in guiding rare souls toward a love that transcends the ordinary and awakens the extraordinary. 3. The second test, the false twin flame. The second test the universe places before rare souls is the arrival of the false twin flame, someone who feels almost destined, profoundly familiar, and cosmically aligned, yet in truth, they are not the true partner, but a reflection of the unconscious. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this encounter proves the wisdom of his words. What you meet in the false twin flame is not genuine intimacy, but the mirror of your deepest projections, your longings, wounds, and unhealed shadows cast onto another person who seems to embody all that you desire. The connection feels magnetic because it is your own energy echoing back, disguised in human form, and in this reflection, the universe is asking you to see yourself more clearly. The challenge is to recognize the difference between real love and projection, between a bond that embraces your whole being and one that only accepts fragments of you. In the journey of spirituality and spiritual development, this moment is crucial, for it demands discernment and courage. A false twin flame might awaken intense emotions and feel like destiny, but beneath the passion lies incompleteness. They cannot hold all of you, only the parts that align with your unconscious needs or their own limitations. The universe uses this test not to punish you, but to train your soul to refuse half-formed love. For rare souls are not meant to settle for connections that only see them halfway. Through this test, you are refined, much like marble in the hands of a sculptor, chipped away until your truest essence can emerge. By facing the mirror of projection, you uncover your hidden patterns, your deepest vulnerabilities, and your unseen desires. The universe sharpens your inner vision so that when the right person appears, you will not confuse projection for presence. Jung observed that the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. The false twin flame may ignite sparks, but it is the true partner who brings transformation rooted in truth rather than illusion. If you find yourself in a connection that feels irresistible yet unstable, ask yourself whether this love invites wholeness or traps you in repetition. True love will never demand you to shrink, suppress, or divide yourself. It will not only mirror your light, but also embrace your shadows with compassion. The second test calls you to release the illusion of incomplete love, to resist the pull of projection, and to trust that something deeper awaits. When you refuse to settle, you show the universe that you are prepared for the one who can stand beside you in truth. The lesson is profound. Discernment is the guardian of love. The universe tests rare souls more severely because they are destined for deeper unions, and only those who pass through the fire of projection can carry the strength to receive love in its fullness. The false twin flame is not your ending, but your preparation, teaching you to separate infatuation from intimacy, shadow from substance, illusion from reality. When you endure this trial with patience, clarity, and integrity, you prove yourself ready for the true partner who will not complete you, but who will join you in a union where both souls are already whole. If you've ever faced the test of a false twin flame, share your experience in the comments so others can learn from your journey. And if you're ready to welcome the right connection, comment below. I trust the universe's timing. 4. The third test. Self-sabotage when love arrives. When love begins to enter the life of a rare soul, it does not come wrapped in ease, but often in resistance. For Carl Jung reminded us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. These unconscious wounds surface as walls the moment true love appears. Rare souls, shaped by betrayal and disappointment, instinctively doubt, push away, or test the very person they have long prayed for, sabotaging the blessing before it can take root. Suffering has become so familiar that joy feels dangerous, and intimacy feels like a risk too heavy to trust. What looks like discernment is often fear, cloaked as wisdom. What seems like strength is sometimes only a defense against being vulnerable. This pattern of self-sabotage is not foolishness, but a reflection of the deep battle between longing and fear. On one side is the yearning for profound, authentic love. On the other is the terror of being broken again. In today's world, this shows up in ways that feel almost ordinary. Doubting the kindness of someone who genuinely cares, ghosting someone you secretly like just to see if they chase, setting impossibly high standards not because they matter, but because you fear being truly seen. These actions create distance, all while pretending to be noble caution. Yet this is the third test the universe places before rare souls. Can you allow yourself to receive healthy love? Or will you cling to your patterns until they drive away the very thing you desire? Spiritual awakening is not only about meditation, rituals, or sacred knowledge. It is about the courage to soften when every instinct wants to harden, to lean into trust when every wound whispers retreat. Jung taught that where wisdom reigns, there is no conflict between thinking and feeling, reminding us that true wisdom is the balance, the alignment of mind and heart that welcomes love with clarity rather than suspicion. To meet love with constant testing is to keep replaying old pain, but to meet love with openness is to step into transformation. The universe uses this phase to refine rare souls, not to punish them, but to stretch them beyond their fear of intimacy. Every time you push away someone who mirrors health and kindness, you are shown how much you still cling to the safety of suffering. Every time you sabotage connection out of mistrust, you are reminded that discernment without trust becomes a prison. But the universe does not send the right person to watch you destroy love with your past. It offers this test so you can recognize fear in disguise, rise above old defenses, and finally allow yourself to be loved without sabotage. The path forward is learning to notice your patterns with honesty and tenderness. When you catch yourself doubting every word, ask if it is wisdom or fear speaking. When you are tempted to test, ask if it is the truth or doubt you are seeking. To receive love is to admit that not every story ends in pain, that joy can be trusted, and that intimacy can be safe. This is the spiritual growth that turns awakening into wholeness. Passing this test means understanding that love is not a trap, but a liberation, and that the right person is not here to harm you, but to walk with you in strength, in wisdom, and in freedom. 5. The fourth test, vibrational recalibration. The fourth test the universe gives to rare souls before sending them the right person is vibrational recalibration, a complete reorientation of energy that strips away outdated identities, roles, and environments that no longer match the frequency of the life and love you are destined for. At certain points in your journey, people you once resonated with begin to fall away. Friendships that felt safe suddenly feel suffocating, and even the stories you once told yourself about who you are start to collapse. This is not cruelty, but preparation. Because Carl Jung reminded us through his idea of individuation that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. To individuate is to shed illusions, even those that secretly inflate the ego, such as believing that being misunderstood makes you more worthy. The universe does not allow illusions to cross into a sacred union, because only authenticity can sustain love built on truth. Vibrational recalibration demands that you let go of identities that once gave comfort but now block your expansion. Think of it as a software upgrade. The old code may have worked for a while, but it cannot run the new programs your soul is ready for. Many resist because the release of roles like the victim or the misunderstood one feels like death. But in reality, it is renewal. It is the pruning of dead branches so new growth can flourish. Søren Kierkegaard once said, "Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards." And this process is exactly that. Only by surrendering the past can you step into the future your soul longs for. Jung's spiritual wisdom shows us that individuation is radical honesty, requiring you to face the stories you repeat to yourself. I am unseen. I am always the victim. I am different, therefore special. These narratives may once have protected you, but they also kept you cycling in pain. Spiritual intelligence lies in realizing that clinging to suffering does not make you valuable. True worth is born when you embody authenticity without the need for victimhood. In modern life, this looks like walking away from environments that drain you, refusing to stay in relationships that demand you betray yourself, and no longer needing to broadcast wounds for validation because you understand that healing is a private sacred act. This recalibration opens the space to attract love that resonates with your true frequency. Energy always seeks resonance, and if you continue holding on to old wounds, you will draw partners who mirror them back. But when you release outdated narratives, you magnetize someone who recognizes your wholeness instead of your brokenness. This is why the universe seems to delay love for rare souls. It is not denial, but refinement, ensuring that when love arrives, it is no longer another painful lesson, but a true meeting of equals. Through this process, you learn to stop mistaking intensity for intimacy, to stop equating chaos with depth, and to embrace the quiet constancy of love that is both deep and steady. The emptiness you feel during this stage is not punishment, but clearing, making space for alignment. The fading friendships, dissolving identities, and louder silences are all proof that the universe is preparing you. Jung warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Vibrational recalibration is the way fate becomes conscious choice, and choice becomes sacred love. The right person will not come to rescue an outdated version of you. They will arrive to meet the soul who had the courage to become fully authentic, and only then will you realize why this test was necessary. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Type in the comments, "I am aligned with my highest vibration," to affirm your readiness for true love and spiritual growth. 6. The final test. Surrender the need for love. The universe's final test is not punishment, but transformation. And it asks you to stop chasing love as if it were something missing, and instead to embody it as who you are. For rare souls who have walked the difficult road of self-discovery and spiritual awakening, This step is about becoming whole without external validation. Carl Jung reminds us, your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens. In this awakening, you realize that love is not something to be found, but something to be lived. And when you begin to live as love itself, you no longer seek a partner to complete you. You radiate a presence that calls forth what truly matches your soul. This is not indifference or apathy. It is alignment. To detach from the hunger for love is not to shut yourself off, but to rise above the old patterns that once chained you. Spiritual development means standing in the fullness of your being, already whole, already loved, already chosen by the very source of life. The frequency you carry becomes your prayer, and the universe responds by bringing a mirror, not to your wounds, but to your strength. This is vibrational congruence, the profound truth that once you no longer need love, the right love arrives. It is not a love born of lack or fear, but of recognition, a connection between two souls who walk side by side, whole to whole, reflecting one another's growth and depth. As you reach this place, something powerful begins to unfold. The people who once drained your energy quietly fall away, and the karmic bonds that once entangled you dissolve. In their place appears someone who does not come to fix your brokenness, but to honor your completeness. Someone who resonates with the love you already carry. Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And who you truly are is not a seeker waiting to be found, but the living embodiment of love itself. To surrender the need for love is to embrace the highest state of spirituality, where your very being is love, where your wholeness is no longer negotiable. The lesson the universe weaves through this final test is simple yet profound. Release the timeline, release the attachment, release the idea that love exists outside of you. Love was never withheld. It was always being cultivated within you, so that when it finally arrives in human form, it is not a savior you meet, but an equal. The test is not to prove yourself worthy of love, but to remember that you were never incomplete. By surrendering the need for love, you step into the truth that you are in love. And from that truth, the universe sends you someone who doesn't fill your emptiness, but amplifies your fullness. This is the sacred paradox reserved for rare souls. Only by letting go of the need do you finally receive the love that was always meant for you. 7. The arrival of soul-level partnership. Once all the tests of solitude, longing, and inner refinement are passed, true partnership arrives not with chaos, but with calm recognition. Like two long-lost travelers meeting on the same path. Carl Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." And this is exactly what happens when the universe finally sends the right person to a rare soul. This love is not an obsession, nor is it about sacrificing your identity for the sake of union. Instead, it is peace wrapped in presence, freedom built on trust, and authenticity born from maturity. It is the kind of connection where both individuals can stand tall as whole beings, yet grow even more expansive together, celebrating each other's essence without fear of losing themselves. This partnership is marked not by drama, but by serenity. In a society that often mistakes turbulence for passion, rare souls discover that the deepest intensity comes through calm steadiness, through the quiet power of being seen, known, and accepted without conditions. Spirituality teaches us that when two awakened beings meet, there is no need for control, manipulation, or endless games. Instead, love becomes a sanctuary, a sacred space where both can rest, create, and thrive. Spiritual awakening prepares you for this by stripping away illusions of desperate attachment and showing you that authentic love exists where freedom and devotion walk hand in hand. In daily life, this reveals itself through respect for each other's individuality, the courage to grow side by side, and the ability to disagree without destruction. Psychological maturity lies at the heart of such a relationship. Jung's idea of individuation, the process of becoming whole within oneself, becomes the foundation of a bond that is neither dependent nor fragile. Two people who have faced their shadows and embraced their light no longer project unhealed wounds onto one another. Instead, they act as mirrors reflecting back strength, wisdom, and truth. Think of it like two instruments tuned in harmony, creating a melody that is powerful not because it is loud, but because it resonates with clarity. In modern terms, this looks like partners who support each other's dreams without envy, communicate openly without fear, and hold space for each other's transformation without judgment. True freedom in love is not the absence of commitment, but the presence of trust. It is knowing you do not need to hold tightly to prevent loss, because love rooted in authenticity cannot be stolen or diminished. Just as a bird sings most beautifully when free, love flourishes when both partners feel unchained and supported in their highest expression. This balance between closeness and individuality, presence and space, is what gives the relationship its strength and grace. And through this balance, both discover that love is not about filling emptiness, but about expanding abundance. The universe delivers this kind of connection only after it has refined a rare soul to embody truth, strength, and clarity. What emerges is not a fantasy, but a sacred partnership that uplifts, liberates, and transforms. It is expansion instead of limitation, truth instead of illusion, and wholeness instead of dependency. You are not meant to disappear into love, but to uncover deeper layers of yourself through it. The universe teaches you that peace is passion, freedom is devotion, and growth is the truest expression of love. This is the essence of a soul-level partnership, not a prize for waiting, but the natural result of becoming whole and awakened within yourself, so that when the right person arrives, you can meet them not as half, but as complete. And so, the universe's way of shaping rare souls is not punishment, it is preparation for a love that reflects the depth of who you truly are. If this message spoke to you, take a moment to reflect on your own journey and the wisdom it carries. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who may need these words, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos filled with insight and guidance for your path. Carl Jung, the player got played. They feel like a fool, and they can't find your energy anywhere. As Carl Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. In life, many people think they can play with your energy, manipulate your light, or take your kindness for granted, only to realize too late that what you carry is rare and cannot be replaced. On Spiritual Wisdom, we're diving into why those who tried to play the chosen ones often end up feeling like fools, lost without your unique presence. Have you ever experienced someone realizing your value only after you walked away? Share your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear your story. Let's step into today's journey of awareness, power, and self-respect. 1. The player got played. They thought they had the upper hand, that they could toy with your emotions, manipulate your kindness, and walk away untouched. But what they didn't realize until it was far too late was that they weren't dealing with ordinary energy. They were standing in the presence of a spiritually awakened being, someone chosen, someone rare. And when a chosen one walks away, they don't slam the door. They vanish with grace, with quiet power, leaving behind a silence so loud it echoes through the life of the one who tried to control them. The player got played, not by tricks or games, but by their own blindness to the sacredness of what they once had. Because you weren't just a source of affection or attention, you were a mirror to their emptiness. And your presence exposed the void they had been trying to fill with ego and validation. By the time they come to realize the truth, your energy is already gone, moved on, untouchable. And that realization is brutal. That no one else carries the same frequency. That no one else burns with the same light. They start searching for your reflection in others, chasing shadows, haunted by a spirit they didn't understand until it was no longer available. They thought they could leave and come back, but your kind doesn't orbit in cycles. You evolve, and your evolution is their reckoning. That emptiness they feel, that's the cost of mistaking sacred energy for something common. You were the spiritual anchor they never deserved, the soul who brought healing they never asked for, but deeply needed. And now that you're gone, they're not just missing a person. They're grieving the presence of something divine. This is the truth about spiritual awakening. It teaches you that your worth isn't dependent on being chosen by others. It lies in knowing you were never meant to be understood by the unready. Your empathy, your clarity, your resilience, these are gifts, not weaknesses. And while others might see your kindness as an invitation to exploit, the universe sees it as proof of your ascension. So let them feel the void. Let them sit with their own consequences. Because in the end, the one who walks away with inner peace is never the fool. The real game was never about power or control. It was about soul. And yours? Untouchable, radiant, unforgettable. Keep walking. Don't look back. The ones who underestimated you will come to realize that the energy they thought was replaceable was, in truth, their greatest loss. Let that be your silence, your closure, your power. And if this speaks to your soul, whisper it to the universe now. I am a chosen one, not to prove anything, but to remember who you are. 2. Divine intervention. Divine intervention doesn't always look like a miracle. It often looks like rejection, silence, or betrayal. But when you're a chosen one, you begin to understand that every painful departure is a sacred redirection. The person who thought they could manipulate you, drain your light, or take your kindness for weakness ended up outsmarting only themselves. At first, they may have felt powerful, in control, like they had the upper hand. But now they sit in silence, haunted by a loss they can't explain because they can't find your energy anywhere else. No imitation, no replacement, no new connection can replicate the frequency you radiate. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And you, guided by spiritual wisdom, are becoming untouchable in your authenticity. Every time someone tried to play you, they unknowingly invited divine intervention into the game. This invisible intelligence steps in, reveals truth through discomfort, and forces you to see who people really are. It's not a punishment, it's a blessing in disguise. You were never meant to stay where you were tolerated. You were meant to grow where your light is honored. And now, while they try to replace the irreplaceable, you're being elevated into a season of alignment, healing, and spiritual expansion. Your energy is not common. It carries the wisdom of lifetimes, the vibration of truth, and the magnetism of a soul that's done the inner work. That's why they feel empty now. That's why nothing satisfies them. Because what they lost wasn't just a person, it was a divine experience. Spiritual awakening teaches you to see beyond appearances and recognize the lessons beneath the pain. You begin to thank the betrayal for setting you free. You begin to feel grateful for the silence because it taught you how loud your inner voice really is. And you realize that letting go was never about losing, it was about returning to yourself. Intelligence, in the language of the soul, means knowing that not everyone deserves access to your spirit. Those who underestimated you, who misjudged your softness as weakness, are now facing the echo of your absence. And while they spiral in confusion, you rise in clarity. This is not about proving your worth to anyone. It's about remembering it for yourself. It's about walking away, not because you're bitter, but because you're finally aware of your value. You don't need closure when you have wisdom. You don't need apologies when you have peace. You don't need to look back when you're being guided toward everything that is meant for you. The universe doesn't take people from your life to hurt you. It removes them to protect you from smallness, manipulation, and energetic misalignment. So trust the unraveling, trust the loss, trust the delay, because behind it all is divine intelligence, orchestrating your transformation with precision. You're not just healing, you're evolving. You're not just letting go, you're making space. And you're not just surviving heartbreak, you're being called into a life where your spiritual intelligence, your rare aura, and your divine light are finally seen, respected, and celebrated. Your destiny is far too sacred to be delayed by anyone who couldn't recognize your brilliance. Have you ever had someone reveal their true intentions, only to realize it was the universe guiding you towards something better? Comment yes if you've experienced this awakening. Let's embrace this journey together and connect with those who truly value our light. 3. Lessons of loss and growth. They thought they had you figured out. To them, you were just another chapter in their game, another energy source to manipulate and discard once they got what they wanted. But what they didn't realize is that you were the entire story, an irreplaceable presence with a rare energetic signature that can't be duplicated. They saw your empathy as weakness, your patience as naivety, and your light as something they could consume at will. But the moment you walked away, something shifted. The silence you left behind began to echo louder than your presence ever did. They didn't just lose a person. They lost access to something sacred. Your essence, your spiritual power, your unmatched vibrational field that only spiritual development can refine. And now, they sit in that empty space, looking for someone else to replace what they didn't value, only to discover that no one else compares. In the world of spirituality, this is the moment when the mirror breaks. Carl Jung's truth rings louder than ever. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Their unconscious choices have caught up to them, and what once felt like control now feels like regret. They remember the way you listened without judgment, the way your energy calmed the chaos within them, the way your presence brought clarity they could never quite name. But instead of nurturing that connection, they played games with it. They didn't see you. They only saw what they could extract. And now they're forced to see the truth. You were the only one in their life not trying to control them, not trying to use them, but to truly see them. And that's the very love they weren't ready for. Eckhart Tolle reminds us, where there is anger, there is always pain underneath. These people acted from unhealed wounds, from scarcity, from emotional survival. They hoped your energy would heal what they refused to face within themselves. But energy doesn't lie, and your soul wasn't designed to be a bandage for someone else's brokenness. You weren't sent into their life to fix them. You were a divine appointment, a wake-up call, a mirror of what healing looks like. And when they chose to manipulate rather than meet you, when they failed to honor the spiritual contract that your connection offered, they forfeited their seat in your future. As they search for that energy in others, they'll find emptiness, because what you carry isn't something that can be replicated. It's the result of years of spiritual growth, inner alignment, and sacred self-worth. Marianne Williamson once said, "Nothing liberates our greatness like the desire to help, the desire to serve. That's what made you different. You loved from your soul, not your wounds. You gave from overflow, not expectation." And they couldn't understand that kind of purity because they weren't ready to rise to your level. They couldn't mirror your light because they were still trapped in shadow. But you kept growing. You didn't beg to be seen. You became undeniable. You didn't seek closure. You became the closure. While they spiral in their own lessons, you've stepped into alignment with your highest self. Wayne Dyer's words echo through your journey. How people treat you is their karma. How you react is yours. And you reacted by rising, by choosing peace, by protecting your energy. You've entered a new timeline, one where only those who are emotionally and spiritually equipped can access you. That's not arrogance, it's evolution. That's not pride, it's sacred discernment. And now, your life reflects the truth. When you stop trying to prove your worth, the universe sends people who never question it. 4. Breaking the manipulation cycle. Manipulation is a twisted cycle that can feel nearly impossible to escape, especially when disguised by charm and subtle deceit. Those walking a spiritual path, or the chosen ones, are often drawn into this cycle, not due to weakness, but because manipulators target genuine, compassionate spirits. Manipulators follow a predictable pattern. They draw in others with promises and affection, then gradually withdraw, creating a dynamic where the chosen one is left chasing validation. This back and forth behavior doesn't just wear one out physically, but drains spiritual energy, eroding self-worth and shifting focus from self-growth to seeking their approval. For the chosen ones, however, the key to breaking free lies in understanding the manipulation cycle itself. Seeing the full picture allows for stepping off the manipulator's game board. Manipulators gain a sense of control by making you question your reality and by feeding off your reactions and vulnerabilities. But here's the truth. No matter how hard they try, they cannot replicate the energy you carry. That unique, authentic frequency is beyond their reach. And once you withdraw your energy, they'll feel a void they can't fill anywhere else. This awareness becomes your strength. The moment you realize their behavior is a tactic, you can reclaim your power by embracing your worth without their validation. In modern life, manipulation often blends into social media interactions and digital spaces, where people craft carefully curated versions of themselves. This can be especially challenging for chosen ones, who genuinely seek honesty and connection. Prioritizing your spiritual journey shields you from these illusions. By focusing on self-awareness and emotional resilience, you remove the very fuel manipulators need. You find a sense of calm as the charm that once captivated you loses its hold, and their energy begins to feel hollow. True spirituality becomes your armor. It centers you, making you immune to external validation or control. Embrace your journey with clarity and courage. Recognize that genuine connections arise when you stay true to your own values and energy. Manipulators may try to take a piece of your uniqueness, but the strength of your spirit is untouchable. Let your wisdom and inner peace guide you, knowing that your energy will attract those who respect and cherish your soul. 5. Karmic justice. When you step into your true powerful self, fully embracing your spiritual awakening, those who tried to manipulate and play you are now facing the consequences of their own actions. Life has a way of balancing things out, and this karmic retribution brings every choice full circle. Those who planted seeds of deception and manipulation are now reaping regret and emptiness, realizing they can't replicate the unique energy you brought into their lives. They feel the loss because your authentic vibe, grounded in truth and spiritual alignment, is irreplaceable. You've elevated yourself to a place where superficial games no longer affect you. With your awakened perspective, you attract only what resonates with your spirit, and this genuine energy cannot be faked. Now, they feel foolish for underestimating you, watching you rise as they stumble. They may search for connections to fill the void left by your absence, but nothing quite compares to the light they tried to dim. This is divine justice in action. You're protected, and any harm sent your way returns to its sender. The universe ensures that what's meant for you cannot be taken, that every experience has a purpose, and that every setback sets you up for something greater. Stay focused on your path, nurturing your soul, and let your growth speak for itself. In this journey of spiritual awakening, trust that those who truly resonate with you will come without games, honoring your worth and uplifting you along the way. If this resonated with you, share your thoughts in the comments. Not sure what to comment? Just type, "I reclaim my power," to let me know you watched until the end. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more insights to strengthen your journey. 6. Irreplaceable energy. Losing the energy of a chosen one creates a shift that people rarely see coming, leaving those who once overlooked or played games with you feeling like they've lost something irreplaceable. Your essence, a spiritual and resilient force, was never ordinary, and while they may have taken it for granted, now they're left realizing how valuable it was. When they can't find that energy anywhere else, they're forced to confront their actions and understand that no amount of control or manipulation can replicate genuine connection. They thought they held the power, but true power lies in being authentic, in embracing a spirit so unique that it can't be imitated or replaced. This shift reminds them of the words of Rumi: "Do not be satisfied with the stories that come before you. Unfold your own myth." Without your presence, they now feel lost, trying to fill a void that can't be filled by anyone else. As they search in vain, they're haunted by the realization that the very energy they tried to control was the one grounding and elevating them. For you, this isn't just about moving on, but stepping into your power, embodying a wisdom that knows when to walk away from those who can't honor your worth. Your spiritual journey calls you to protect your energy, to recognize your own value, and to stop settling for those who only want to drain or diminish you. As Gandhi once said, "First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win." This journey teaches the chosen ones to stand firm, knowing that validation is not needed from those who can't see your light. 7. Liberation through disconnection. The journey of the chosen one is often marked by moments of intense transformation, where they must confront and release attachments that have held them back, especially those who have taken advantage of their kindness or tried to manipulate them. This phase of disconnection represents a profound liberation where you, as a chosen one, finally recognize that certain people were only drawing on your energy for their own gain. It's as if a veil lifts, revealing the truth that some relationships were never meant to be a mutual exchange of support, but rather a test of your resilience and an invitation to grow beyond shallow connections. When you step away, breaking free from those who took you for granted, they're left to realize that your energy was a unique gift, something they'll never replicate or find again. This liberation is like emerging from a fog, a true spiritual awakening where the chains of dependency fall away, leaving you with a sense of clarity and renewed purpose. The path of a chosen one is not about bending to others' desires. It's about aligning with your deeper calling, the one that leads to true peace and fulfillment. As you disconnect, you understand the immense power in solitude, a space where you can connect deeply with your spirit, free from the noise of those who only took without giving. This shift doesn't just free you, it empowers you, making you more resilient and spiritually aligned. Those who once misused your kindness are left feeling foolish, unable to find or recreate the energy they once depended on. In today's world, it's easy to get caught in relationships that drain rather than uplift, where people try to control or mold you to serve their agendas. But true freedom is in recognizing that disconnection from these influences is essential for your spiritual well-being. The chosen ones, those who seek a higher purpose and align with it, understand that sometimes solitude is more nourishing than shallow company. By prioritizing your own energy and spirituality, you elevate your life to a level that few can truly understand or appreciate. This disconnection isn't about isolation. It's about self-respect and the courage to walk away from anything that dims your light. Your energy is a reflection of your journey, your trials, and your growth. And once you honor that, those who once doubted you, who tried to play you, will realize they can never find that same light anywhere else. Embrace this power of disconnection as a declaration of self-worth and spiritual resilience, knowing that in letting go, you are not losing, but rather gaining the freedom to walk your path with confidence and integrity. This journey is about welcoming a life of authenticity, peace, and unshakable strength that comes from being true to yourself. Moving forward, free from influences that once held you down, you'll find that your energy not only transforms your own life, but also serves as a beacon for others on their own paths of awakening and empowerment. Your energy is irreplaceable, and those who once took it for granted will be left searching, realizing too late that they missed out on a light they'll never encounter again. Embrace your spirituality and walk forward confidently. You're not losing by disconnecting. You're gaining the freedom to be who you were truly meant to be. If you're still here and resonating with this journey of stepping into your true power, drop a yes in the comments to affirm your commitment to protect your energy and honor your unique light. Let's walk this path together, embracing the strength that comes from knowing your worth and choosing authenticity. 8. Season of Abundance. The journey of a chosen one is filled with moments of deep spiritual awakening and self-discovery, but it's also marked by a separation from energies that no longer serve them. You've stepped away from people and situations that once drained you, and as a result, a powerful transformation is unfolding in your life. This is your time of growth, your season of abundance, where new opportunities flow to you effortlessly, all because you freed yourself from the weight of negativity. Those who tried to play you, to take advantage of your kindness and your light, now realize they misjudged your strength and resilience. They feel the void of your presence. They feel like fools because they thought they could find your energy elsewhere. But what they missed is that your energy is unique, unmatched, a rare frequency born from a genuine, awakened spirit. Now, as they wander through relationships and experiences that feel hollow and unfulfilling, you're moving toward blessings beyond what you once imagined. This new path isn't just about attracting what you desire. It's about recognizing the value you bring and understanding the peace that comes with letting go of what doesn't align with your highest self. People see the changes in you. They feel the shift. It's undeniable. The ones who underestimated you now look on with envy, realizing that while they tried to dim your light, all they did was prepare you for a greater, more authentic journey. And as you continue down this road of spiritual awakening, you're not just healing, you're growing, becoming more attuned to your true calling and opening doors to realms of abundance, wisdom, and peace. This is the reward of the chosen, the freedom to move forward unbound, to attract blessings aligned with your purpose, and to inspire others to seek out their own paths with courage and authenticity. Remember, the strength you now possess wasn't given. It was earned through your resilience, through every trial and every moment you choose to rise above. You are proof that sometimes the best revenge is simply moving forward with grace, leaving behind what no longer resonates with your spirit. This is your time to shine, to be unapologetically yourself, and to live in alignment with the energies that uplift and support you. Embrace this new season of growth with an open heart, knowing that abundance is your birthright, and know that the universe rewards those who stay true to their path. You're the example of what it means to be awakened, to be free from the grasp of negativity, and to live a life that inspires others. So keep moving forward, knowing that everything meant for you is on its way, drawn to the light only you possess. Comment below, "I am stepping into my true power," if you're ready to embrace this season of growth, abundance, and freedom. Let your journey inspire others, and remember, the universe rewards those who stay true to their path. Like, subscribe, and join our community for more empowering content. 9. Closure and self-love. Have you ever been in a situation where you poured your heart and soul into someone, only to later realize that they took you for granted? And now, as you stand tall in your power and peace, they feel like a fool because they lost something priceless: your unique energy, your rare light. Yes, they may have thought they were the player, but the truth is, the player got played. And here's what's beautiful about this moment, this realization. Your journey is about discovering your strength, your inner clarity, and recognizing that not everyone deserves your energy. Spirituality teaches us that every experience, even the painful ones, shapes us and guides us toward the path we're meant to walk. You are the chosen one, and that's not by accident. Think about this. Why do people gravitate toward you, even when they don't always honor you? Perhaps it's because your spirit radiates something they crave, but can't define a wholeness they lack within themselves. Reflect on how this experience has led to your complete closure. A closure that feels different because it isn't just a goodbye. It's a protective barrier, a shield against those who would misuse your kindness and take your energy lightly. As the saying goes, when one door closes, another opens. But let me ask you this. What if that closed door wasn't a loss, but a safeguard for your growth? You've done the work. You've healed, reflected, and risen stronger. And now, you've sealed this chapter so well that those old, manipulative energies can't even find their way back to you. Isn't that liberating? The universe is urging you to move forward securely, free from any toxic remnants. As Ralph Waldo Emerson said, the only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. You are stepping into that destiny by choosing yourself, by realizing your worth. Imagine this. Someone who thought they could come and go from your life now feels an absence so strong that it unsettles them. They search for your energy in places and people who simply can't match it. Why? Because energy is unique. It's a fingerprint of the soul, and yours is one of a kind. Just as a rare gem can't be found everywhere, neither can your spirit. Isn't that what makes this journey powerful? Spirituality reminds us that not everyone is meant to stay in our lives forever. Some come as teachers, others as lessons. You've learned, grown, and now it's time for others to see what they've lost. But the beauty is that you're not lost. You've moved forward, embracing your higher self. As Buddha said, you, yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. You, the chosen one, carry a light that's meant to heal, uplift, and inspire, not to be dimmed or misused by others. Your spiritual journey is about learning how to guard that light, to nurture it in ways that bring you joy and fulfillment. Closure is a form of spiritual armor, and it's one that doesn't let negativity seep back in. They might feel like a fool now, realizing what they've lost, but that's their journey, their lesson. Yours is to keep moving forward with clarity and strength, fully grounded in who you are. So, as you step forward, remember this: you're not leaving anything valuable behind. What you're doing is making space for something new, something that aligns with the energy and peace you've created. 10. Renewal and destiny. In life, there are times when others fail to see your worth, moments when they think they can play you, only to find out too late that they miscalculated. The energy you carry is unique, deep, and irreplaceable. And as the chosen ones who embrace spirituality, you possess a strength and purpose that sets you apart. When people who thought they could manipulate or control you realize they can't find your energy elsewhere, they often feel like fools, faced with the void left by your absence. But this isn't about revenge or proving them wrong. It's about understanding your path and purpose. November brings an opportunity for renewal, a fresh start that is aligned with abundance and transformation. You are stepping into a season where those games and the people who played them no longer matter. Each setback has taught you resilience. Every challenge has honed your strength, and now you're ready to rise above, grounded in your spiritual power. This month, embrace that growth and recognize that your journey isn't about winning or losing against others. It's about fulfilling your destiny. As you let go of the past, you're opening the door to a future filled with people and opportunities that resonate with your authentic energy. This is your time to walk with purpose, knowing that your spiritual path leads to deeper fulfillment, abundance, and a kind of wisdom that those who underestimated you may never understand. Let November be a testament to your strength and transformation, a reminder that those who couldn't see your worth never had the right to hold your energy. This is your season to embrace who you truly are, empowered and unstoppable. And so, the truth remains hidden yet powerful. When the player thinks they've won, they often discover too late that they've only lost themselves. Your energy, your light, your presence, these are treasures that can't be imitated or replaced. Thank you for joining us today on Spiritual Wisdom. If this message spoke to you, don't forget to like this video, share it with others, and subscribe to the channel. And make sure to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos, where we continue exploring Carl Jung's timeless insights and the deeper journey of the soul. How to never get angry or bothered by anyone. He who angers you conquers you. These powerful words by Elizabeth Kenny capture the essence of emotional freedom. In a world where everyone is reactive, imagine becoming someone who cannot be disturbed, someone who no longer dances to the chaos of others. Carl Jung's most chilling insight wasn't about anger itself. It was about the kind of inner transformation that makes you psychologically untouchable. On Spiritual Wisdom, we dive deep into how you can embody this state of spiritual intelligence, where peace is no longer a reaction, but a choice. Have you ever experienced a moment when you refused to let someone's energy control your own? Share your story in the comments as we're growing through this together. 1. Emotional immunity is real and rare. Carl Jung's most unsettling insight wasn't about anger. It was about the rare individuals who had become emotionally immune, not through repression or denial, but through inner transformation. These people didn't react because there was nothing left in them to be triggered. Their emotions weren't chained to the unpredictable behavior of others. They weren't calm because they practiced stoic restraint. They were calm because they had dissolved the ego's need to defend itself. When insulted, they didn't flinch. When dismissed, they didn't chase. When misunderstood, they didn't explain. Because their peace was no longer negotiable. This wasn't emotional detachment. It was emotional evolution. They had reached a level of self-awareness where the chaos of the external world could not corrupt the stillness of their internal state. It wasn't about building walls. It was about removing the hooks that others could latch onto. No wounds left to poke. No insecurities to exploit. They had burned through the illusions of ego, and what remained was a kind of intelligent spiritual intelligence that made them untouchable. Jung called this state emotional impermeability, and it disturbed him because it showed how rarely human beings reach it. These individuals had walked through fire, not avoiding pain, but allowing it to purify them. And on the other side of that fire, they emerged untethered. The world could still scream, criticize, reject, and betray, but none of it could reach the core of who they had become, not because they were cold, but because they were free. They no longer lived in reaction to life. They lived from a place of deep, unshakable presence. When Jung said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes," he was pointing to this exact awakening, one that makes you immune to the emotional games of others. You don't get to this place by wishing. You get there by doing the deep work of turning inward, by facing your shadows, healing your triggers, and removing the emotional debris that others use to control you. These people stopped asking, "Why did they treat me that way?" and started asking, "What part of me believed I had to tolerate it?" Their immunity wasn't apathy, it was clarity. It was a shift from needing to be understood to simply being, from needing to win to needing nothing at all. When you are no longer bothered by others, you don't become less human. You become more divine. You embody a different frequency, one that cannot be pulled into conflict, gossip, or shame. This is the intelligence Carl Jung wanted us to understand. This is the spiritual wisdom few dare to embody. Because once you reach this level, you are no longer part of the emotional economy. You no longer react, perform, or participate. You simply remain rooted in your truth. And in that stillness, you reclaim a power greater than anger, greater than control piece. Comment below. I embody emotional immunity. If you're ready to rise above the noise and claim your spiritual power. 2. The shadow mirror. Triggers are teachers. Jung's insight into Heinrich's case revealed a profound truth. Those who no longer get angry haven't suppressed their emotions. They've transmuted them. They've made peace with their shadow, the hidden side of the psyche that holds our fears, insecurities, and wounds. And because of this deep integration, they no longer see external behavior as personal attacks, but as mirrors reflecting their own unconscious terrain. A rude person isn't a threat. They reflect an unhealed fear of inadequacy. A critical family member doesn't define your worth. They echo your lingering self-doubt. Emotional triggers, then, are not meant to break you, but to wake you. This is the true intelligence of spiritual wisdom, learning to decode the signals of the world without letting them shake your inner ground. When you're truly anchored in self-awareness, every moment of discomfort becomes an invitation to evolve. You're no longer trying to win arguments or prove your value because your worth isn't up for negotiation. It's already known within. Jung wrote, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. And in this light, your enemies become your educators. The person who insults you is showing you where your identity is still fragile. The one who ignores you is reminding you where you've attached your presence to being seen. And in this unraveling, you start to reclaim your emotional freedom piece by piece. You begin to witness anger not as something to avoid or deny, but as a sacred mirror held up by the universe showing you where your healing still lives. In modern life, this ability to transmute anger into awareness is a superpower. We live in a world addicted to reaction, where outrage is currency and victimhood is glorified. But the spiritually awakened individual doesn't bite the bait. They pause, breathe, and ask the question no one else thinks to ask. What is this showing me about myself? This question alone collapses ego and opens the door to higher understanding. It's not about tolerating abuse or staying silent. It's about choosing discernment over drama. The mature soul learns that not every fire deserves fuel, and sometimes the most powerful move is no move at all. Silence, when rooted in clarity, speaks louder than retaliation. As you continue walking this path of inner mastery, you'll realize that people's judgments no longer pierce you, because there's nothing left in you that clings to their validation. Emotional immunity isn't about becoming cold, it's about becoming whole. You feel everything, but you are enslaved by nothing. You experience criticism, but it doesn't collapse your self-image. You hear projections, but they don't penetrate your truth. And this is when the world loses its power to shake you, because you've stopped giving it the keys to your nervous system. Spiritual awakening, at its core, is not about escaping conflict or floating above reality. It's about diving into the places where you used to flinch and reclaiming your presence there. You become the calm eye in the middle of the storm, not because life got easier, but because you got clearer. And that clarity is everything. It's the reason you no longer chase apologies. It's the reason silence doesn't scare you. It's the reason triggers now feel like invitations to rise, not reasons to break. In the end, the emotionally sovereign soul walks through life not needing to fight, but radiating a frequency so rooted, so rare, that nothing can knock them off center. Not because they're above it all, but because they've seen it all, healed through it all, and now walk with a quiet power that no chaos can touch. Are you ready to face your triggers and turn them into your greatest teachers? If so, comment below. I will meditate to show your commitment to this powerful journey of self-discovery. 3. The reaction gap. Freedom between stimulus and response. Jung's concept of the reaction gap reveals a powerful truth. Between the moment something triggers you And the moment you respond, there is a sacred space, a space where your freedom lives. This space is not an illusion or a luxury reserved for spiritual masters. It is a trainable, accessible psychological threshold that anyone committed to spiritual development can enter. Heinrich described this moment as if time itself slowed down an experience of heightened awareness that allowed him to pause, breathe, and choose how to respond instead of reacting impulsively. Jung recognized this not as a coping mechanism, but as a radical act of self-mastery. He saw that anger isn't automatic, it's habitual. And when you begin to witness your own internal processes through the lens of the observer protocol, you step outside the loop of emotional reactivity and into the power of conscious choice. You stop living on autopilot. You begin responding to life instead of being controlled by it. This reaction gap is where spiritual awakening happens in real time. It's not about becoming emotionless. It's about becoming emotionally sovereign. When someone criticizes you, tries to offend you, or belittles you, they're not forcing you to react. They're offering you an invitation to join them in a lower state of consciousness. But you are under no obligation to attend. Through spiritual wisdom, you realize that you are not a reflection of their projection. You are the guardian of your own energy. You don't react because your worth isn't up for debate. You don't retaliate because you've outgrown the need to defend a false identity. And so, in the reaction gap, you begin to understand the difference between power and control. Control wants to dominate the external. Power is the ability to remain internally still in the midst of chaos. In modern life, we're conditioned to react quickly to texts, to news, to opinions, to insults. But the more we react, the more we become puppets of our environment. Practicing the observer protocol is how we cut those strings. By slowing down and witnessing your triggers without judgment, you begin to rewire your nervous system. That space between stimulus and response grows wider. It becomes a sanctuary. It becomes your teacher. And with time, you realize that your inner peace is not something you protect through avoidance. It's something you embody through awareness. The more you honor that space, the less reactive you become, and the more magnetic your presence feels to others. Not because you're trying to impress anyone, but because calm is rare, and rare is powerful. Choosing peace doesn't mean you're weak. It means you're wise. It means you've transcended the need to be right, to win, to prove. You no longer outsource your peace to external validation. That is the heart of spirituality, claiming full responsibility for your energy and learning to respond from presence, not pain. Anger may still arise, but it no longer owns you. It passes through, like weather across the sky, and you remain the sky, vast, aware, unshaken. In this state, every emotional trigger becomes an opportunity to deepen your spiritual development. Every moment of tension becomes an invitation to pause, to reflect, and to choose a higher path. And every time you do, you become less reactive and more radiant, less controlled and more conscious, less conditioned and more free. 4. The boundary fortress, protecting inner peace. Emotionally immune, people don't just ignore negativity, they outgrow it. They move through life with a quiet inner intelligence that filters what deserves their energy and what doesn't. This isn't coldness, it's clarity. Their first defense is a powerful internal tool called the relevance filter. Every word, every opinion, every insult gets silently asked, Does this help me grow? If not, it doesn't land. Like a fortress guarded by wisdom, their mind only lets in what elevates. This isn't avoidance, it's alignment. In a world obsessed with reacting, they choose to respond only to truth. Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakens." That awakening creates a spiritual boundary where the noise of the world fades beneath the strength of self-awareness. But it doesn't stop there. Their second layer of emotional strength is the ownership boundary. This is where spiritual wisdom becomes precision. They don't absorb projections, guilt, or emotional manipulation. When someone tries to dump their pain onto them, they don't resist. They simply refuse to pick it up. They know what belongs to them and what doesn't. Most people spend their lives carrying emotions that were never theirs to begin with. But those who are emotionally free have trained themselves to pause, to observe, and to say, "That's your storm, not mine." Jung understood the dangers of projection and how easily people throw their shadows at others. But intelligent people who have integrated their pain don't react to shadows. They stand in light. And at the center of all of this is the identity fortress. It's not ego. It's not defense. It's presence. These individuals are so rooted in who they are that nothing from the outside can destabilize them. They don't seek validation because they already live in self-recognition. Criticism doesn't shake them because it doesn't touch who they are. Their worth isn't outsourced. Their peace isn't up for discussion. They've walked through fire to know themselves, and now they don't flinch when tested. This is what Jung called individuation, the process of becoming whole, not perfect. And in that wholeness, external attacks lose power because there's no internal wound left to hit. They don't suppress emotion. They've alchemized it. They don't shut people out. They let truth in and leave drama out. To live like this is not to disconnect, but to evolve. It's not about being untouched by life, but untouched by what doesn't align with your purpose. These boundaries of relevance, ownership, identity aren't cages. They're codes of liberation. And every time you choose discernment over reaction, sovereignty over validation, peace over pride, you build your fortress stronger. Not to hide, but to rise. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to activate the notification bell so you never miss a moment of peace-protecting wisdom like this. Type in the comments, "I deserve to live a financially prosperous life," if you're ready to guard your energy and manifest abundance. 5. Projection reversal. See through the attack. Every insult is a confession, Carl Jung revealed, not as a poetic metaphor, but as a direct spiritual key one that unlocks the hidden psychology behind projection and emotional attacks. When someone calls you heartless, it often speaks more about their fear of not being loved than any truth about you. When a client belittles your work as amateur, it may be because they silently fear they're a fraud. These accusations are not reflections of your reality, but of theirs. Jung's spiritually awakened patients were not emotionally immune by accident. They developed a sharp inner clarity, a kind of psychological X-ray vision that allowed them to decode every insult as a message about the attacker's own suffering. They didn't react to provocation because they saw through it. They had undergone a transformation so deep that someone else's opinion became irrelevant to their emotional state. That's not spiritual detachment. It's emotional intelligence in its highest form, where spiritual wisdom meets psychological sovereignty. When you understand projection, you stop wasting energy trying to defend your identity. You realize the attack isn't about you. It's a loud echo of someone else's silence, a cry for help wrapped in judgment. And the more conscious you become, the more invisible their bait becomes. This isn't emotional numbness. It's the clarity that arises from a deep spiritual awakening. You start to witness others, not through the lens of your ego, but through the lens of compassion. You understand that people are not attacking you. They are discharging their pain. Your spiritual power doesn't come from blocking the world out, but from seeing it clearly, without confusion. You become untouchable, not because you are guarded, but because you are grounded. You no longer absorb projections as personal truths. You observe them as spiritual teachers. Each insult becomes a revelation. Each attack becomes a map, pointing not to your weakness, but to their inner chaos. Modern life throws projections at us everywhere online, in relationships, at work, and your awakening lies in your response. Will you mirror their wound, or will you become the mirror that reveals it? True spiritual mastery is silent, centered, and serene in the face of emotional chaos. It sees the storm coming, but does not let it enter. And in that stillness, you reclaim your energy. You become a lighthouse stable, strong, and shining, not because others approve of you, but because you've stopped needing them to. That is not a weakness. That is power. That is the spiritual wisdom Jung left behind, not for the faint-hearted, but for those ready to evolve beyond reaction and into realization. If you believe that wisdom helps you rise above personal attacks, comment below with faith. I see clearly, I respond wisely. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay on this journey of spiritual growth with us. 6. Emotional alchemy, transforming triggers into growth. Emotional alchemy is not about suppressing your feelings or pretending that certain people don't bother you. It's about transforming every emotional trigger into a tool for spiritual development. Carl Jung didn't just encourage us to notice our emotions. He urged us to understand that what irritates us about others is a direct mirror reflecting what we've yet to resolve within ourselves. When someone frustrates you, they're not the problem, they're the portal. The spiritually awakened do not run from discomfort. They use it as a guidepost. They ask, what is this emotion trying to show me about myself? This question, when used honestly, exposes the unhealed parts of your psyche that are still reactive, still attached, still easily disturbed. And once identified, those very weaknesses become the blueprint for your strength. You begin to notice that criticism only stings where insecurity lives. That rejection only hurts where approval is still craved. And that anger only rises where control is still being clung to. These moments are not setbacks. They're sacred invitations to evolve beyond who you were yesterday. You stop seeing difficult people as problems to solve and begin seeing them as teachers of your inner resilience. Instead of thinking, they're disrespecting me, you begin to ask, why do I still need their respect to feel worthy? That subtle shift changes everything. You no longer react blindly. You respond wisely. You stop handing over your emotional control to others because you understand now that mastery is not built on avoiding triggers, but facing them with consciousness. Every moment of discomfort becomes a lesson in self-awareness, a spiritual mirror reflecting your next stage of development. This is the essence of emotional alchemy, turning the lead of reactivity into the gold of clarity. Spirituality is not about being unaffected by life. It's about being so deeply grounded that nothing can pull you out of alignment. You remain centered not because the world is calm, but because you are. And that kind of presence cannot be faked. It comes only from deep inner work, the willingness to meet every trigger with reflection instead of reaction. True spiritual awakening begins when you stop expecting others to change and instead devote yourself to transforming the way you interpret their behavior. You begin to realize that no one can truly hurt you unless you give them that access. Emotional freedom comes not from changing the world, but from changing your relationship to it. You move from being emotionally fragile to spiritually sovereign. You stop waiting for peace to arrive and start becoming the peace itself. So every time you feel anger rise, every time someone challenges your patience or bruises your pride, remember, this is not just an interruption, it is your initiation. It is your opportunity to practice the most sacred form of power, the ability to choose your response, to turn pain into wisdom, and to walk forward not wounded, but awakened. This is the path of emotional alchemy. This is the power of true spiritual development. 7. The compassionate warrior, strong yet soft. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that truth becomes undeniable when you realize that real strength isn't about shutting down your emotions. It's about learning how to hold them with intelligence and spiritual wisdom. Compassionate immunity is the highest form of inner mastery, not because you no longer feel, but because you've stopped allowing external chaos to control your internal reality. You don't numb yourself, you refine yourself. You don't build walls, you build presence. And that presence becomes a sanctuary no one can invade. You become calm, not to distance yourself from others, but to create space where their chaos doesn't enter, where your peace becomes a silent invitation for them to rise without you falling. This is not emotional detachment. It is spiritual alignment. You stop absorbing projections. Stop dancing with drama. Stop identifying with every emotional wave that comes your way. And instead, you anchor yourself in something far deeper than reactivity. You anchor yourself in self-awareness, in energetic discipline, in truth. As you rise into this version of yourself, you begin to embody what Jung warned us not to misuse: the temptation to feel emotionally superior. But the truly awakened don't look down. They extend a hand. They understand that emotional triggers are teachers, not enemies. And every moment you don't react is a moment you remember who you are. You learn to support others without carrying their suffering. You learn to listen without losing yourself. You learn to love with boundaries and walk away with grace. You become soft, but not weak. Strong, but not sharp. Present, but not porous. And this balance is what Jung would call the true expression of individuation, the point where you no longer split yourself to fit the world, but instead stand whole and let the world recalibrate around you. You use your calm not as a defense mechanism, but as a bridge, a spiritual offering. You don't need to prove anything, win any argument, or correct anyone's perception of you, because you are no longer living from reaction. You are living from intention. And that intention is rooted in clarity, discipline, and an unshakable inner compass. When someone throws their anger at you, you don't flinch not because you're numb, but because you see through it. You recognize that their pain is not your assignment, that their chaos is not your responsibility, and that your presence itself is already a healing vibration. This is the true spiritual awakening. The moment you stop trying to control the world outside and begin mastering the world within. If this message resonated with you, let it guide your next moment of peace. Remember, true power lies in not reacting, but in choosing stillness. If you're ready to live with emotional clarity and spiritual strength, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And make sure to turn on notifications so you never miss our next powerful insight on the path of awakening. Your journey to deeper self-mastery starts now. How to never get angry or bothered by anyone. He who angers you conquers you. These words remind us that our peace is the ultimate power. Carl Jung believed that much of what irritates us in others is often a reflection of what we haven't yet accepted within ourselves. In today's video, you'll learn how to reclaim your emotional sovereignty, transform triggers into teachers, and live from a space of spiritual intelligence and inner mastery. Imagine no longer being shaken by someone else's chaos. What would your life feel like then? As you watch, I invite you to reflect. What usually triggers you, and how can you transmute that into wisdom? Leave your thoughts in the comments, because your insight might be the light someone else needs. Let's begin. 1. Your reactions are your choice. Your reaction is your choice, your power, your turning point. You can either hand over your emotional sovereignty to someone else's words and behavior, or you can pause, observe, and reclaim your inner authority. The most powerful people aren't the ones who never get offended. They're the ones who know how to alchemize offense into insight. Every time someone provokes you, the universe is handing you a mirror, not a weapon. Most people swing that mirror like a sword, trying to defend their ego. But the wise ones stare into it and ask, what within me is responding so violently? What wound is asking to be healed? This is where true spiritual awakening begins, not in avoiding conflict, but in responding from consciousness rather than from pain. The ego seeks to react. It wants to prove, defend, and dominate. But the soul seeks to rise. It wants peace, not power. The difference between reaction and response is the difference between unconsciousness and spiritual intelligence. When you respond with awareness, you stop letting other people dictate your emotional weather. Just because someone storms into your day doesn't mean you have to get wet. You are not obligated to absorb the energy that others project. In fact, the most evolved souls are not the ones who control others, but the ones who master their own inner state regardless of what others do. Carl Jung's teachings remind us that what we see in others is often what we have yet to face in ourselves. So when someone disrespects you, gossips about you, ignores you, or even mocks you, it's not about them. It's about whether you will allow that to shape your inner world. In the modern age, we are surrounded by triggers, online, offline, in relationships, in traffic, at work. But every trigger is an invitation, a test of your alignment, not your tolerance. Choosing to respond with presence, instead of reacting with pain, is the mark of deep inner maturity. This doesn't mean being passive. It means being sovereign. It means you get to decide who enters your peace and what energy you give permission to alter your frequency. Emotional discipline is not suppression. It's spiritual clarity. It's the deep knowing that you no longer dance to the rhythm of someone else's dysfunction. The real flex is being able to walk away without closing your heart. The real power is being able to smile, not because you're weak, but because you've grown. This is not just a mindset, it's a vibration. And the more you choose it, the less the world can shake you. Because the one who cannot be disturbed cannot be controlled. And in that stillness, you meet yourself. Have you ever practiced pausing before reacting to protect your peace? If so, let us know how it's helped you. If not, comment, "I will pause before I react," to start cultivating emotional mastery with us. 2. Stop expecting others to behave like you. When you stop expecting others to behave like you set yourself free from one of the most draining emotional traps, the illusion of control. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." That's not just a quote, it's a mirror. The anger, the offense, the disappointment you feel when someone acts carelessly, lies, betrays, or disrespects you isn't just about what they did. It's about the silent contract you wrote in your mind, believing they would act with your same values, your same level of intelligence, emotional depth, or spiritual wisdom. But they won't, and they're not supposed to. Expecting people to mirror your integrity is like trying to download advanced software into a system that hasn't been updated in years. Not everyone is designed to meet you where you are, and that's not arrogance, it's clarity. People behave based on their own level of consciousness, and when you force them into your mold, you begin to suffer not because of their actions, but because of your expectations. Spiritual awakening requires you to see clearly without needing to control. You must allow others the dignity of their own path, even when it collides with yours. You may have chosen healing, growth, awareness, but they may still be choosing projection, survival, or ego defense. You're not here to fix them. You're here to master your reaction to them. The true test of your evolution isn't how spiritual you sound, but how calm you remain when someone tries to pull you back into the chaos you've already outgrown. Detachment, in this case, is intelligence, not indifference. It is grace choosing itself. There will be people who misunderstand your silence as weakness, your peace as passivity, your distance as arrogance. Let them. Because your soul didn't come here to explain itself to people committed to misreading your energy. The deeper you go into your own healing, the more you realize that your power isn't in how you control others, it's in how you can serve yourself. You learn to walk away, not to prove a point, but to protect your frequency, not to punish them, but to preserve your power. You are not for everyone, and that is your superpower. The more you expect others to have your heart, your honesty, your effort, the more you drain yourself. Some people are not capable of meeting you, not because they're evil, but because they're asleep. Let them sleep. Let them go. Your peace is the highest form of intelligence. You don't need to be angry to be strong. You don't need to be reactive to be respected. The rarest kind of power is the kind that doesn't flinch. You are the calm in the storm, the stillness in the noise, the observer, not the reactor. When you stop expecting others to act like you stop giving them the power to shake your inner world. You begin to live from within, not from their behavior. That's not just maturity, that's sovereignty. Are you ready to stop expecting others to be just like you? If so, comment below, "I choose acceptance," to show your commitment to inner peace and emotional freedom. Let's grow together, one mindful choice at a time. 3. Let go of the need to always be right. The need to always be right is one of the most deceptive traps of the ego. It convinces you that control is strength, that dominance is intelligence, and that being heard is the same as being understood. But true spiritual development begins when you release that craving. You don't need to win every argument to be powerful. In fact, Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." What triggers you is not your enemy, it's your mirror. When someone challenges your belief or questions your viewpoint, your reaction reveals your level of inner peace. If you're quick to defend, to interrupt, to insist that they just don't get it, what you're really saying is that a part of you still needs external validation. That's not a flaw, it's a lesson. One that asks you to stop outsourcing your worth to other people's agreement. Spirituality teaches us that peace is greater than pride. Wisdom knows that silence is louder than noise. The moment you choose not to respond to provocation, not to explain yourself to be seen, not to argue to be right, you transcend the battlefield altogether. When you let go of the need to be right, you begin to access a different frequency of energy, one that is not about proving, but about preserving. You preserve your energy, your attention, your emotional state. You stop hemorrhaging power every time someone disagrees with you. And ironically, the more you detach from needing to convince others, the more magnetic and influential you become. People are drawn to those who don't flinch at disapproval, who don't collapse when misunderstood. That's the kind of presence that comes from true spiritual wisdom. It's not passive, it's powerful. Carl Jung reminded us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And for many of us, the unconscious desire to always be right is a symptom of deeper emotional wounds, times when we felt dismissed, unseen, silenced. But your healing does not come through loudness. It comes through stillness, through realizing that your worth is not conditional upon being understood. It's anchored in your essence, not your arguments. The more you practice this detachment, the more peace you experience in every area of your life. You stop taking things personally. You stop needing the last word. You begin to notice how many people live in constant mental battles, defending, justifying, correcting, without realizing they're draining themselves. And while others keep fighting to be right, you're choosing to be free. You're choosing peace over performance, awareness over approval. This is not a weakness. This is mastery. This is where spiritual intelligence becomes visible, not in how much you know, but in how little you need to prove. So when tension arises, let your calm lead. Let your energy stay neutral. Let your spirit remain grounded. That's how you protect your power. That's how you rise. If this message helped you release the need to always be right, take a moment to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's keep growing in peace and understanding together. 4. Don't let others define your worth. People will try to define you through their own limitations, but their opinions are not your identity. The moment you allow others to determine your worth is the moment you hand over your spiritual authority. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Yet many people never live that truth because they're trapped in the loop of proving, pleasing, and performing. But you were not born to shrink to fit anyone's comfort zone. You were born to expand, to remember, and to protect the sacred energy that you carry. When someone criticizes or dismisses you, it's often their own shadow reacting to your light. That rejection you felt, it wasn't about your worth, it was about their wounds. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that projection is the language of unconscious pain, and your task is not to absorb it, but to witness it without letting it shake your foundation. In a world that constantly tries to monetize attention and manufacture insecurity, choosing to know your worth without external approval is a spiritual awakening in itself. It's not just about confidence, it's about reclaiming the power you gave away. You are not your job title. You are not your follower count. You are not your past mistakes or someone else's opinion of what's possible for you. Your worth is ancient. It existed before anyone had a name for it. And yet, if you keep waiting for the world to mirror it back to you, you'll always feel like something's missing. Stop waiting to be seen by people who were never meant to understand your frequency. The rarest souls are often misread by those who lack the spiritual depth to recognize divine presence in human form. Your energy is sacred, and part of honoring that sacredness is recognizing that not everyone is qualified to evaluate your value. Their misunderstanding is not your responsibility to fix. Their silence is not your cue to doubt. Their approval is not your gateway to begin. As long as you're measuring your identity by someone else's ruler, you'll remain disconnected from the inner compass that already knows the way. This is the deeper intelligence Jung pointed to the call to individuate, to separate your soul's voice from the collective noise. Your authenticity is not up for debate. Your peace is not up for negotiation. What's truly powerful is not being liked by everyone. It's being fully aligned with who you are, even when that scares people. You didn't come here to be a diluted version of yourself. You came here to walk like you know who you are, to speak like your truth matters, and to hold your spiritual posture even when no one claps. When someone tries to make you feel small, remember, you're not too much. They're just not prepared. You're not hard to love. They're just unfamiliar with depth. And you're not difficult. You're discerning. The more you honor your worth, the more you'll attract situations, opportunities, and relationships that reflect your frequency, not your fear. This is the moment you stop waiting for validation and start living from alignment. You are not who they say you are. You are who you remember yourself to be when the noise fades and the soul speaks. Let that voice be your guide. Let that knowing be your home. Let your worth be non-negotiable. If you're ready to stop letting others define your worth and take back your emotional freedom, comment below, "I define my own value." And if this message speaks to you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts. Your voice matters here. 5. Set boundaries to protect your energy. When you begin to set boundaries, you are not pushing people away. You are inviting your highest self to rise. You are finally saying, "My energy is sacred," and that silent declaration changes everything. The moment you stop giving everyone open access to your mind, your time, and your emotions, you start to feel the return of your personal power. People might say you've changed, but what's really happening is that you're no longer available for your own disrespect. You've realized that constantly saying yes to others was a slow and quiet way of saying no to yourself. Carl Jung taught us that the soul becomes troubled not because of outer chaos, but because of inner betrayal when we abandon our truth to keep the peace, to be accepted, to avoid confrontation. But what if the real confrontation is with yourself? What if the war is within every time you smile when you're hurting, agree when you're unsure, or stay silent when your spirit is screaming? The most dangerous form of exhaustion is not physical, it's emotional. It's the slow drain that comes from unspoken boundaries, from relationships built on obligation instead of mutual respect. It's allowing guilt to become your compass and fear to become your script. You don't have to keep proving your goodness by tolerating what drains you. Spiritual wisdom begins the moment you understand that self-respect is the foundation of inner peace. Intelligence isn't just about knowing facts. It's about knowing yourself deeply enough to protect your energy like the rare force it is. When you allow too much access, you become too predictable, too convenient. But the more selective you become, the more magnetic you are. The more you choose intentional silence over forced performance, the more people begin to recognize your presence as something rare, something real. Boundaries are not barriers. They are bridges to a life where your needs matter just as much as your love. They are the invisible lines where your authenticity breathes, where your nervous system relaxes, where your peace returns. And yes, some people will test them. But every time you uphold them, you teach your nervous system safety. You teach your inner child protection. You teach the world how to treat you. This is emotional intelligence in action. It is the unseen spiritual awakening where you are no longer reacting. You are choosing intentionally who gets your presence, your story, your softness. Carl Jung reminds us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. So if your life keeps repeating patterns of burnout, resentment, and overgiving, maybe it's not fate, it's a boundary that hasn't been drawn yet. You weren't born to absorb the chaos of others. You were born to radiate clarity. And clarity comes when you stop negotiating your worth, when you stop explaining your no, when you stop proving your right to be at peace. You don't need to become louder to be heard. You need to become clearer to be respected. Spiritual power is quiet. It is felt, not forced. And the more you protect your energy, the more that power begins to speak for you without saying a word. 6. Detach from the opinions of others. When you begin to truly evolve in your spiritual development, you reach a place where peace no longer comes from how others see you. It comes from how deeply you're rooted in your own being. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And yet so many people abandon themselves daily just to be accepted by others who don't even know how to accept themselves. You weren't created to bend under the weight of other people's opinions. You weren't born to seek approval from those who are still at war with their own reflection. Your soul came here for alignment, not applause. Every time you choose your truth over performance, you heal. Every time you choose presence over reaction, you grow. And every time you choose peace over proving yourself, you ascend into a higher level of emotional intelligence that cannot be disturbed by surface-level noise. This is the essence of real spiritual wisdom, not needing the world to validate who you are, because your self-worth is no longer on trial. You don't have to explain your soul to people who aren't listening. You don't have to prove your energy to people who cannot feel it. Detachment isn't a sign of weakness. It's the signature of those who are emotionally sovereign. You are no longer available to be defined by projections, misunderstood by those who cannot see past their filters, or drained by defending a truth that stands strong in silence. The deeper your spiritual awakening, the less interested you become in convincing anyone of your value. You learn that not reacting is an act of wisdom, not submission. That walking away from what disturbs your spirit is an act of sacred self-protection. That silence can be power, and detachment can be love. You realize that not every opinion deserves a response. Not every person deserves access to your peace, and not every moment requires a reaction. Emotional maturity is knowing the difference. There is no deeper spiritual wisdom than protecting your energy without guilt. In a world obsessed with noise, your calm will threaten those addicted to chaos. In a culture addicted to visibility, your ability to remain unseen but spiritually strong becomes a rare aura that speaks louder than words. And while others are busy fighting for attention, you'll be busy aligning with purpose. While they seek validation, you'll be deepening your truth. The moment you release the need to be liked is the moment you become free. That's when you understand that spirituality is not about performance. It's about presence. It's about being so whole within yourself that even when others try to misunderstand, dismiss, or criticize you, your peace remains untouched. That is your real power. That is your true spiritual development. If you're ready to stop living by other people's opinions and start standing firm in your truth, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss content that helps you reclaim your inner power. Comment below. I release the need for approval. I am free. 7. Respond with silence, not anger. There is a quiet power in not reacting that speaks louder than any outburst. And in this stillness lies the essence of spiritual awakening. When someone attempts to provoke you, disrespects you, or tries to pull you into their chaos, your ability to remain calm is not a sign of weakness, but a reflection of deep spiritual maturity and emotional intelligence. Carl Jung taught that what irritates us in others is often a reflection of something unresolved within ourselves. And that's why silence becomes a sacred mirror. Instead of becoming a prisoner of your emotional triggers, you become the master of your internal state. And this shift changes everything. Anger is fast and shallow. It's the mind's impulsive attempt to defend the ego. But silence, that sacred pause, is deep, transformative, and sovereign. It is in that moment of restraint that your true power emerges, because when you stop reacting, you start choosing. And choice is the foundation of all spiritual freedom. People expect noise, explanation, retaliation, but when you meet aggression with presence, when you offer stillness instead of storm, your aura speaks what words cannot. This isn't about suppressing your emotions or pretending things don't affect you. It's about standing in your truth so powerfully that nothing external can shake your inner alignment. You no longer fight to be seen or understood, because you recognize that not everyone has the spiritual bandwidth to meet you where you are. That's why silence is not avoidance, it's selection. It's the conscious act of protecting your energy from those who cannot yet hold it. And in this energy, your peace becomes magnetic. You stop being reactive and instead become reflective. You don't argue with projections. You don't dance with dysfunction. You don't let temporary emotions make permanent decisions. You observe, you breathe, and you reclaim your power in the space where others lose theirs. Modern life is filled with noise, urgency, and triggers that test your presence every day. Online comments, traffic, family tension, workplace stress. But responding with stillness instead of outrage is not only revolutionary, it's the most elevated form of self-respect. Because every time you respond with silence instead of anger, you are not losing the moment, you are mastering it. You are transmuting emotional chaos into grounded wisdom, and that is the work of the awakened soul. You become the still water in the storm, the unshakable root beneath the surface, the calm eye at the center of your own inner hurricane. And while others may seek validation through loud reactions, you build quiet empires within. This is spirituality in action, not in rituals or robes, but in your ability to hold peace when the world offers you war. The one who chooses silence is not the one who loses the argument, but the one who refuses to lower their frequency to win it. If this message resonates with you, speak it into existence. I choose silence over anger. I protect my peace and respond with wisdom. If you feel the power in this, like the video, subscribe to our channel and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of truth and growth. 8. Practice gratitude to dissolve anger. Carl Jung once said that even a happy life cannot be without a measure of darkness, and that truth becomes a guiding force when learning how to never get angry or bothered by anyone. The real alchemy begins not by resisting anger, but by transforming it, and the most underrated but spiritually intelligent way to do that is through the power of gratitude. When you're angry, it often means your mind is locked in a repetitive loop, obsessed with what should have happened, what someone should have said, or how things should have gone. But gratitude shatters that mental trap. It doesn't ignore the pain. It shifts your emotional posture from victimhood to spiritual power. You're not saying everything is perfect. You're saying, even in this moment, there's something sacred I refuse to overlook. That act alone brings spiritual wisdom into the body, quiets the nervous system, and reclaims your energy from the chaos of reaction. Anger feeds off the illusion that we've lost control. Gratitude reminds us that we still have power. The moment you choose to focus on what's still working, what you still love, what hasn't been taken from you, you interrupt the ego's urge to retaliate or defend. It's not weakness, it's emotional intelligence in motion. When someone disrespects you, you don't need to spiral into rage to prove your worth. You pause, ground yourself in what truly matters, and remember, my peace is not up for sale. That choice doesn't make you passive. It makes you spiritually untouchable. Carl Jung called this the individuation process, the sacred journey of unifying all fragmented parts of the self. And anger is just one of those fragments, crying out to be integrated, not indulged. In relationships, gratitude becomes a mirror that reflects growth instead of grudges. You start seeing the argument not as betrayal, but as a teacher. You begin noticing that every disappointment was preparing you for discernment. Every rejection was redirecting you to alignment. And every wound was waking you up to your own neglected power. This is spirituality in its rawest form, not floating above conflict, but learning how to rise through it without losing your center. Every thank you whisper in moments of frustration is a psychological reset, a declaration that you're more committed to your peace than to being right. That's not just maturity, it's magnetic prosperity. Science now backs what mystics have always known. Gratitude changes the brain. It rewires your focus, redirects your emotional patterns, and sharpens your spiritual vision. The more you practice it, the more emotionally resilient you become, not because life gets easier, but because your inner world gets stronger. You stop being so reactive to noise, comments, or behaviors that once triggered you, because you're living from a higher awareness that knows every external drama is an invitation to return inward. And when you live like that, anchored, awake, and unbothered, you don't just manage anger. You dissolve it. You turn what once consumed you into clarity. You become the kind of person who doesn't just seek peace, but embodies it, because you've made gratitude your default setting and your quiet rebellion. If you've made it this far, you're someone who chooses peace over anger. Drop a comment saying, "Gratitude is my power," to affirm your shift toward calm and clarity. Stay with us. Your journey to inner peace is only just beginning. 9. Reframe criticism as growth. When someone criticizes you, they're not just attacking your character. They're handing you a map to the parts of yourself that still need healing. Instead of recoiling in defense, pause and ask yourself what part of you is reacting. Carl Jung reminds us, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. And within that idea lies the key to emotional freedom. Most people mistake criticism as rejection, but those on a path of spiritual development see it as revelation. When you no longer see critique as a threat, but as a mirror, your whole inner world changes. You stop giving away your power to the opinions of others, and instead use every uncomfortable moment as a tool for deepening your spiritual intelligence. You realize that not everything said to you is true, but everything that affects you emotionally is pointing to something within you that still seeks resolution. That's where the growth is. That's where real transformation begins. You can either protect your ego or evolve your soul, but you can't do both at the same time. When you choose spiritual growth, you commit to self-inquiry over self-defense. You ask questions like, why does this comment hurt me? What belief is it pressing against? What truth have I avoided facing? And in doing so, you strip away the illusions of identity that were built just to feel safe. Criticism then becomes sacred. It's no longer a wound, but a window. Every harsh word, every dismissive tone, every passive-aggressive jab becomes an opportunity to observe your emotional reflexes, not obey them. You begin to master your energy instead of leaking it through reaction. This is the difference between unconscious resistance and conscious refinement. One keeps you in loops, the other moves you forward. Not all criticism is valid, but all criticism is valuable when you are spiritually awake. You learn to discern. You sift through the projections, absorb the wisdom, and let go of what isn't yours without bitterness. You become calm, not because life is easy, but because your self-awareness is deep. You are no longer ruled by the need to be liked, the urge to retaliate, or the compulsion to explain yourself. You realize that inner peace isn't found by silencing others. It's found by silencing your attachment to being understood. And in that silence, power returns. You rise above the noise with grace. You move differently, not to avoid pain, but to alchemize it. That is the essence of spiritual wisdom. That is how you stop being bothered by anyone and start becoming a master of your own presence. This is not avoidance. It's the embodiment. You embody the truth that people's opinions are reflections of their own filters, not your reality. You hold space for your growth while releasing the need to convince. You realize that someone else's misunderstanding of you does not make you less whole. It only shows where they have yet to understand themselves. And with that understanding, you begin to treat criticism as data, not drama. You stop giving it authority and start using it as fuel. Your response is no longer about them. It's about you reclaiming every part of yourself that used to get shaken. This is spirituality in action. This is how your spiritual development turns wounds into wisdom, reaction into reflection, and discomfort into clarity. And once you learn to do that, you become emotionally untouchable, not because nothing is said about you, but because nothing said about you holds power over your peace. Don't forget to subscribe for more powerful insights on transforming criticism into a tool for growth. What once felt like rejection can become redirection if you're open to the lesson. Stick around. Your breakthrough starts with a shift in perspective. 10. Master the art of letting go. There is a quiet kind of intelligence that doesn't need to prove itself. It simply observes, lets go, and moves forward with grace. You don't need to win every argument or explain yourself to be at peace. Real spiritual wisdom lies in mastering the emotional space between what happens and how you choose to respond. Carl Jung once said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." And that choice begins the moment you stop giving people power over your nervous system. Emotional mastery isn't about suppressing feelings. It's about recognizing that not everything deserves your reaction. The more spiritually awakened you become, the more you understand that anger is often an invitation to engage in battles that drain your energy and disconnect you from your higher self. You don't have to accept every invitation to chaos. Some people come to trigger you, not to teach you, and your silence is the boundary they didn't expect. Letting go doesn't mean forgetting or pretending it didn't hurt. It means you've grown enough to honor what happened without being held hostage by it. Intelligence is knowing when to stay silent, when to walk away, and when to preserve your inner peace like sacred ground. You begin to feel it in your body when something no longer deserves a response. Your breathing slows, your heart softens, your spirit rises. That's the turning point. You realize that healing doesn't come from closure. It comes from self-respect. Jung reminded us that everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. So instead of chasing validation, you begin to ask, what is this reaction revealing about me? And from that space of self-awareness, you stop needing revenge, resolution, or recognition. You find power in restraint, not reaction. Letting go becomes your declaration of freedom. You no longer wait for the apology. You become at peace. You no longer try to change what cannot be controlled. You simply let it pass through you, like the wind, and you remain centered in your own stillness. You don't explain your silence. You wear it like armor. And in this stillness, you begin to magnetize everything that aligns with your intelligence and spiritual wisdom. You walk away, not because you're weak, but because you've outgrown the drama. You stop proving your worth because you've embodied it. You stop shrinking yourself to be understood because you've chosen to be whole. This is what it means to master the art of letting go, not to run away, but to rise above with power, precision, and peace. To affirm your commitment to inner peace, declare your release. Comment below, "I choose to let go," to mark your moment of freedom and inspire others to free themselves from what no longer serves them. And remember, your peace is a sacred power that no one can take unless you hand it over. As Carl Jung once said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. Let this be the moment you choose inner mastery over external reaction. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video. Share it with someone who needs this spiritual reminder, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Tap the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming content on emotional intelligence, spiritual awakening, and Carl Jung's timeless insights. Until next time, stay calm, stay aware, and stay wise.